Testing, testing, one, two, three. What's going on, Cruz? Welcome in. Thank you for following me. What's going on? I'm going to be starting in about 15 minutes. So. Hey, what's up, Purple? Welcome in. Be starting in just a few minutes here. Cruz, you got your other account back. That's good to hear. Alrighty. All right, I'll get started on chapter 72 in just a minute here. I just need to get some water. Be right back. All right, how's everyone doing today? Welcome in, everyone. I have a couple new followers. Lamora, 4 minutes ago. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. And Cruz, 15 minutes ago. And Rash, 5 days ago. Thank you guys so much. Just waking up? Yeah, I mean, it's like 5 for you, right? So it's early. Yeah, it's Cruz says he's got his other account yet, or other account back, so that's good. All right. Without further ado, I guess I'll continue. So, I'm going to be starting chapter 72, so I'm two-thirds the way done. Except this, like today, I started a little earlier than normal because um, there's still like, how many pages to go here? Let's see, I'm on page 274. And it's like 418, so it's well over 100 pages to go. So that's why I'm starting a little earlier than normal, because I'll probably be going until at least 2. So uh yeah, so I'll be I'll be here for at least 5 hours again. New Twilight chapter today too, that's right. I'm all caught up now. I was falling behind again, but I got all caught up. So I'm ready for it. And I will listen to it this afternoon when it comes out instead of waiting another day or something. But all right. All right. Let me see here. Oh, not that one. I like this one. All right, let's look at this. Chapter 72. So yes, I am once again live on Twitch and YouTube. So, and the YouTube VOD, or the YouTube live stream, will be saved as a VOD when it's over, so that anyone can go back and listen anytime. All right. I don't think my voice is really ready this morning, but all right, here we go. Chapter 72. Nola spent the next hour around back in the skate park. From her angle, on a bench that was spray painted with a Puerto Rican flag, she pretended to flip through a newspaper, her eyes never leaving the small Card Kingdom parking lot. 3 cars in total. Old light blue Kia. Even older Honda Civic. And the one Nola was watching, a sleek black Audi A8, freshly waxed. $100,000 car. Find the driver, and she'd find who'd paid for the elevator. According to the sign in the front window, Card Kingdom closed at 5 p.m. Half hour to go. Just had to wait. Sure enough, at 5:02, the back door swung open. Beanie Hat strolled out, lit a cigarette, and drove off in his old Civic, where a decal in the back window read, "The Empire doesn't care about your stick figure family," as Darth Vader sliced apart a bunch of stick figures. 20 minutes later, the back door opened again. This time, it was an older woman, Asian, mid-50s, angry gait, who plowed toward the light blue Kia. As she pulled out of the lot, an old AC/DC song faded behind her. Even before the Kia was out of sight, Nola jumped from her seat, quickly hopping the chain-link fence that separated the skate park from the parking lot. From her back pocket, she pulled out a small leather case that held colored pencils, an X-Acto knife, and a few metal tools that looked like dental instruments, a torsion wrench, and short hook among them. Lockpick kit. With a careful push, she shoved the pick into the door's keyhole. Same cheap lock as the front door. Was smarter than it looked. In neighborhoods like this, expensive locks make people take notice. For a moment, she jiggered the tools. Click. Glancing over her shoulder one last time, Nola tugged the door open and slipped inside. The card store was dark, lit by a faint red glow from a section of lava lamps. On her right was a bookshelf filled with half a dozen picture frames, all with the same stock photo, a graduation shot of a girl in cap and gown, her mom, dad, and brother embracing her in a group hug, like it was the greatest day of their lives. For a few seconds, she spied the room, moving left to right, dividing it into more scannable sections. Military training told her that the last place you ever want to be is on an elevator. Tactically, it's like being on a submarine. Plus, around the store, there were no cameras. She shook her head, knowing better. When things are this easy, it's always a trap. Whatever they were hiding upstairs, they didn't want any record of it. But it wasn't like she had a choice. Nola continued looking around. If there were stairs, she couldn't find them. Hesitantly, she headed for the elevator, spotting a keypad above the call buttons. Crap. She'd need a code. Yet before she could even hit the call button, to her surprise, it lit up. There was a sound, a metal pickup. The elevator door slid open, revealing a bearded man with pale white skin and crooked teeth, the color of margarine. Yeah, I see her, he said with a thick Philly accent into a high-tech walkie-talkie. He was big, with a trendy tribal font tattoo that read Big Sleeps across his forearm. Nola planted her feet. He had a stupidly oversized luxury watch on his right wrist and leaned forward as he moved, left-handed, and used to be on the offensive. Come on, girl, he warned, stepping toward Nola. You really think we wouldn't see you coming? Can I get you a drink? Oh. Okay. Chapter 73. Can I get you a drink? Zig was about to say no, but Elijah had a vibe like an old coach or mentor you didn't want to let down. You said it's Zig, right? Z-I-G? Elijah asked, spelling it out. He'd been doing it for years, spelling people's names as a way to remember them. Comes in handy when you're tending bar. And Roddy, yes? R-O-D-D-I-E? With a Y, Roddy said. R-O-D-D-Y, Roddy, Elijah repeated, handing them 2 empty Pilsner glasses and pointing them to the taps that lined the far right wall. He even blinked slowly, like he was moving in an unhurried time. If you got a sweet tooth, the ones on the other end are ciders. Zig likes cider, but come on, not more than free craft beer. I got a room in back that's a bit more quiet, Elijah offered as Roddy headed for one of the taps. Here's fine, Roddy shot back. You sure? Zig asked with a glance, confused. He scanned the bar. The biggest guy in sight, a heavy-set man with a receding hairline, an undone tie, who was nursing a beer and scrolling through his phone, didn't look like much of a threat, except to his jalapeno poppers. Roddy motioned to the far corner of the bar, to a slight, gangly man with outdated rectangular eyeglasses. Hanging behind his chair was a nylon messenger bag embroidered with the words PRP Consulting. Certainly not a threat, that is, until Roddy pointed down low and Zig finally got a look at the man's ankle holster, definitely carrying. As before, Roddy didn't miss a detail. That explained why he'd rather be out here. Better to see what's coming in a crowd and near an exit than be trapped in back. It's not working, Roddy said, pulling a tap labeled Hop, Drop, and Roll. You need here, Elijah said, yanking one of 3 red wristbands off his wrist and tossing it Roddy's way. When Roddy put it on, he reached again for the tap and beep beep and unlocked, filling his glass with fancy craft beer. There's a chip inside, Elijah explained, pointing to the red bracelets every customer was wearing. You buy the wristband, open a tab, and pay by the pour. Nice gimmick. An even nicer neighborhood, Zig pointed out. Credit to my ex-brother-in-law, Elijah explained, grabbing a metal mixing bowl from behind the bar and heading for a quiet table in the corner. 3 years ago, he started working in the city commissioner's office. He's the one who gave me the heads up that the town was putting up a minor league baseball stadium a few blocks down. That's what built this place. They tore down the old neighborhood and redid it all. I was first on the block. Took every last dollar I had. But on Saturdays now, people pour out of the stadium and walk right to me. We need extra wristbands those days, he said, straightening out a nearby chair before taking a seat, though he never took his eyes off Roddy. Now, tell me about Nola. How's she doing? Fine. Hanging in, Zig and Roddy said simultaneously, arriving at the table. Elijah shot them a look. You have no idea where she is, do you? We do, Zig insisted, taking a seat. Elijah nodded, tapping his thumbs on the metal bowl, which was filled to the top with loose starburst candies. That was the sweet and sour smell Zig couldn't place. Elijah used them on trivia nights. Processed sugar? He asked, offering Zig some candy. Elijah was trying to play nice, but he wasn't a moron, and he certainly wasn't buying their story. I realize honesty is more valuable than free starbursts, Elijah began. But are either of you even assigned to this case? Or are you just personally invested since Nola is his sister? Elijah, I know you don't know us, Zig said, trying to keep his voice down. But I swear, I wouldn't be here if I didn't think Nola's life was in danger. Yours too. You already said that. But you know what I know first and foremost about Nola? She doesn't need saving. And you know what else I know? She only talks to the people she trusts. So if she's not talking to you, you don't understand. I'm not a fool. Neither is she. If she wanted your help, she'd reach out. But that's not the case, is it? You haven't seen her, heard from her, haven't even spoken? I have, Sig blurted. Roddy turned, nearly spilling his beer. Back up. You lost me, Elijah said. Nola. I saw her. Spoke to her. At the funeral home. You what? Roddy asked, leaning toward Zig, who was still locked on Elijah. You saw her too, Zig insisted. She ran away from me. You never said you spoke to her? I didn't know she'd be there, Zig insisted. She surprised me. In the shower. Told me not to say anything. When? Elijah asked. Hours ago. She'd been tracking the Reds. Who the hell are the Reds? Elijah asked. My sister. You spoke to my sister? Roddy asked with a strong tap to Zig's shoulder, trying to get his attention. Roddy, not now, Zig said, trying to wave him off. Elijah, you know she... Why the hell didn't you tell me? Roddy roared, grabbing Zig's shoulder. Get off, Zig said, trying to pull free. Roddy tightened his grip. Annoyed, Zig ripped Roddy's hand, tearing it away. That was it. As Zig learned during his years at Dover, things don't go wrong in 3 minutes. They go wrong in 3 seconds. As Zig turned, still trying to pull free, Roddy's eyes went dark, like an internal switch had flipped. One fist gripped Zig's shoulder. The other held tight to the Pilsner glass, holding it like a nightstick. Zig froze. Elijah froze. The whole bar froze, customers turning, the crowd now staring at the sudden and violent shift in the bar's ecosystem. Roddy blinked a few times, looking around, his grip slowly relaxing. In the awkward silence, as adrenaline wore off, Roddy looked. Ashamed was the only word for it. Mr. Zig, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have. Don't. Zig scolded with a glare that hit like a punch. Everybody relax. No blood here. They're just doing a mole check. for you precancerous Middle Ages. Elijah called to the crowd. No one laughed, though the customers, including the consultant with the ankle holster, all quickly returned to their original equilibrium. Lowering his voice, Elijah turned back to the table. Okay, now that we're all socially uncomfortable, can we get back to Nola? She really came to see you? Trust me, I was just as surprised. But that's the thing about Mint's death. It's got your whole team scurrying, Zig said, carefully eyeing Elijah's reaction. Nola comes to see me. OJ comes to see you. Elijah froze. Who told you Colonel Watley was here? The old woman with the rhinestoned oxygen tank owns the clay store. Elijah sighed. Miss Nisi, Lord, is she a pain in everyone's... That doesn't answer my question. You didn't ask one. All you did was come inside, throwing accusations. As for OJ, he's doing what he's always doing, looking out for OJ. I'm not a fan either, Sig admitted, noticing the way Roddy had shrunk in his seat, like he was punishing himself. Tell me about Nola. What'd she say? Elijah asked, picking up some loose starbursts and resetting a stack of coasters that got knocked over on the table. He was trying to look casual, but his voice was clearly impatient. We talked about that night, about the robbery at Grandma's pantry. Most important, I told her I was coming to see you, Zig explained. She didn't object, which tells me, well, considering Nola hates everyone, somehow, some way, she thinks she might be one of the few people who's worthy of some trust. Elijah gripped the stacked coasters, squaring them like a deck of just shuffled cards, then squared them again for no good reason. Flattery? You're playing the old Nola nostalgia card and using flattery on me? Is it working? I haven't decided. Then let me be clear. You've got 2 team members dead. I'm trying to prevent a third. Nola told me about the robbery, that something was snuck inside. If you know what it was, what they put into the warehouse. Not what? Elijah interrupted. Excuse me? Sig asked. That night at Grandma's pantry, you said what they put into the warehouse. It wasn't a thing, Elijah explained. What they snuck inside, it was a person. Chapter 74. 5 years ago. Chaz, Salty, Trebbiano always kept a $2 bill in his wallet. For good luck, his father used to say, though Salty never believed in such nonsense. Over the course of his 62 years, Salty had never been in a car accident, never broken a bone, never had a cavity, even still had a head of thick gray hair that matched his gunmetal eyes. 6 months ago, however, Salty's luck ran out. This part of my punishment? The old man complained from the back seat. Just for that, I'm turning it up, said the U.S. Marshal who was driving, a thin Asian woman who, 2 years back, had broken both ankles, but still caught the perp when she jumped from the upper deck of a bridge to the lower deck. Her name was Piper Grace Lynn, though everyone called her PG. With a twist, she raised the volume on the radio. Don't take it so personally, Salty said. I'm not an audiobook guy. It's Sherlock friggin' Holmes, said Titus Huddleston, the other marshal in the car, a beefy 28-year-old Mississippian who spent most of the ride thinking about his upcoming trials for the U.S. Olympic 50-meter riflery team. He was sitting next to Salty in the back seat. "Who are you to not like Sherlock Holmes?" Salty shrugged, a light jingle coming from his handcuffed wrists and the connected belly chain. 6 months ago, he'd been arrested for a dozen murders that stemmed from the multi-million-dollar weapons supply route he ran, selling illegal guns to white nationalists from Virginia to Texas. Early this morning, Salty testified against his old buyers in exchange for some plastic surgery and a new name. In Marshall's parlance, he became a client. PG and Titus's job was to keep him alive during the 6-hour ride from the Virginia courthouse to their destination, Otisville Federal Prison in upstate New York. When you enter witness protection, you don't just leave your trial and race to your new hometown. All across the country, certain prisons had private security wings that specialized in keeping witnesses safe until their new identities were ready. "I'll give you $5,000 apiece to put on some music. 10 to play Sinatra," Salty teased. PG rolled her eyes, making Sherlock Holmes even louder. Annoyed, Salty stared out into the darkness, thinking of the old treadmill he always picked at the gym, to get the best view of the girl at the check-in desk with the lush eyelashes. 10 minutes later, PG glanced at the car's digital clock. Nearly midnight, and it felt like it as they hit one of those stretches of highway where you can't quite remember the last few miles or what the hell you were just thinking. That is, until the bright lights of another car, an SUV from the height of it, appeared in the distance behind them. PG noticed it first, squinting at the lights in the rear view. On the seat next to her was what they codenamed a Witsec shotgun, meaning it had a cut-down barrel to move and aim easier in the close confines of a vehicle. Titus gave her a look, reminding her that his own gun was in the front glove box. If you ride in back with the prisoner, you're not allowed to be armed. The SUV picked up speed, pulling neck and neck, then quickly blew past them. As the SUV disappeared into the darkness, Sherlock Holmes pointed out that life is infinitely stranger than anything the mind of man could invent. "Okay, forget the stupid audiobook," Salty said. $50,000 if you can find us a Starbucks or a proper cup of... Whoa, you feel that? PG interrupted. Titus nodded. Flat tire. Salty looked around, confused. Feels good to me. It's not, PG insisted as she and Titus exchanged a glance. Didn't matter that the highway was empty, or that in front of them, the faint red taillights of the SUV were barely visible. When you have a client, you don't just pull over. We need a port, PG said, a place where Salty would be safe. Titus was already scrolling on his phone, looking for the usuals, nearby police stations, firehouses, even a hospital if need be. Got one, Titus said. He pointed up ahead. Here, get off at this exit. PG tugged the wheel as the car veered toward the exit ramp in industrial New Jersey. In the back seat, Salty glanced around, still lost. Doesn't feel like a flat? Definitely is, PG said, though both she and her partner knew that wasn't true. Titus, how much farther? A few miles. Not far. He was right about that. 15 minutes later, they were at Grandma's Pantry. Chapter 75. Grandma's pantry 5 years ago. By the time they entered the warehouse, they told Salty the truth, or at least most of it. "I gotta say, I thought both of yez was retards," Salty said with a laugh. "God, I love being wrong." He was still in handcuffs and leg irons, shuffling down a wide aisle that looked like a meticulously clean Costco, though instead of being stocked with pallets of industrial-sized mayonnaise and 6-pound cans of tomato sauce, this aisle was filled with tall, refrigerator-sized boxes. Salty was too excited to notice they were labeled ventilators, each with a cord running out of the box to charge them once a month. "What the hell is this place anyway? Feels like a morgue," he said, looking around and realizing they were the only ones in the entire building. He glanced up at the massive American flag that hung from the wide back wall. Or maybe that warehouse in X-Files. "What's X-Files?" PG asked. "Like CSI, but with aliens and..." "You know what? Forget it," Salty said, trying to throw his hands in the air. Those cuffs were still connected to the belly chain. "Salty, how about you stop running your mouth and start moving your..." Titus asked, giving him a shove from behind. In truth, Salty had thought this meeting was going to take place a few days ago at the courthouse, where it's usually done. When that didn't happen, he assumed they'd set it up at the prison. But leave it to the marshals to fake a flat tire and bring him to the one place no one would ever think to look. "Should be unlocked," PG said, pointing them to their destination. A metal door with a latch that looked like... "A freezer?" Salty asked, his voice echoing through the cavernous room. "You made her wait in a walk-in freezer?" "Relax, it's not even on. Still being installed," Titus explained. Salty nodded like it made perfect sense. In a warehouse this big, better to find smaller space. But what PG and Titus didn't mention was that the freezer was one of the only places in the building with no cameras. "My kind of place," Salty teased, pumping his shoulders with a little strut, like he was on the way to his own surprise party and already secretly knew everyone was going to be there. In reality, Salty had no idea what was coming. "How long's she been waiting?" Salty asked. "Ask her yourself," PG said, grabbing the door's metal latch and giving it a tug. When you enter the WITSEC program, the first rule is simple. No contact. No contact with your relatives. No contact with your former neighbors. No contact with your previous life. They'll tell you there's no way around it, but as with any gatekeeper, they'll make exceptions for an elderly parent dying, a sick sibling, or, in the worst of all scenarios, if something happens to your child. The freezer door swung outward, revealing a row of clear plastic slats that hung like vertical blinds. Salty squinted to make sure he was seeing it right. Through the slats, in an office rolling chair, was a scrawny woman, 35 years old, though she looked twice that. Her pink floral leukemia scarf askew on her head. Her face was gaunt, her eyes sunken, her skin so pale and brittle, she was practically see-through. "Dad?" she whispered. "Pop-Tart," Salty said, his voice cracking, tears filling his eyes. Salty started running toward her, not even realizing PG was unlocking his handcuffs. Plowing through the plastic slats, he embraced his daughter, Melinda, pulling her close, one of the cuffs still hanging from his wrist. The impact knocked her scarf from her head, tumbling across her shoulder. Salty closed his eyes, hating to see her bald, but still thinking she was the most beautiful girl in the world. "Pop-Tart," he repeated, starting to sob. "I'm here. I'm here. I'm right." Click. Salty heard it before he felt it. something cold at his neck. He started to turn. PG pushed harder, pressing the barrel of her gun into the back of Salty's head. There was another click as Titus did the same to Salty's daughter, pointing his gun at her pale, bald skull. Salty took a breath through his nose, slowly raising his hands in the air. He knew things had been going too well. This is why everyone hates the feds, he said. You know, as a white nationalist piece of trash, you really shouldn't look so shocked that you bring out the worst in people, PG said. Now step away from your daughter. Titus, both of you, be smart. Whatever you want, I can pay. I've got money. We know you do. Just like we know what you two were planning for this little meeting, since it clearly wasn't just about her cancer. Now, PG cocked her gun and gripped the trigger, pressing it even harder against Salty's head. Titus and I have a proposition for you. Chapter 76. Grafton, New Jersey. Today. So it was a lemon drop, Roddy said. Let me say it like this, Elijah began, getting up from the table with his empty water glass and heading for the wall of taps. Lemon drops always smell like lemon drops. I'm lost, Zig said, taking his own sip of beer. What the hell's a lemon drop? Special delivery. When you try to sneak something to someone, especially something sweet, Roddy explained, glancing out the front window, eyeing the 20-somethings up the block who were still zipping on scooters up and down the street. Looks like a normal meeting, two guys saying hi. But what you don't see is that as they go in for the bro hug, they pass a note or a phone. In jail once, we caught a mom trying to pass her son a diamond stud earring that she was hiding in her mouth. Elijah approached the tap on the far left, closest to their table, and there was a beep beep as he poured a cider named Suicider. It was the same with Salty and his dying daughter. So the daughter really had cancer? Elijah finished his pour and didn't say a word until he returned to the table. Stage 4 leukemia. I wouldn't wish it on my worst enemy, he finally explained, glancing over his own shoulder for a quick scan of the bar. Everyone was lost in their own conversations. But that night at Grandma's pantry, Salty didn't give two turds about his daughter's cancer. His real goal was his very own lemon drop. As he hugged her goodbye, he was going to secretly whisper in her ear the bank account number for the $22 million in arms profits he'd been hiding from the government. Son of a, Zig said. Literally and figuratively. According to the warehouse's security cameras, at 11:43 p.m., all four of them met up inside the walk-in freezer. 6 minutes after that, the freezer door opened. Salty and his daughter were both dead at the marshal's hands. Multiple bullet wounds to the head and chest. So you're saying the marshals, you think they killed Salty and his daughter to get their money? That's why our unit got the call, Elijah explained, taking a sip of Suicider and grabbing an orange starburst. They needed an outside investigative team with no dog in the fight. Within an hour of the shooting, Colonel Mint's phone rang. Then he reached out to me and Rashida. Why you? Roddy interrupted. Peeling open the orange starburst, Elijah shot a look at Roddy. Anyone ever teach him manners? Elijah and Zig. I looked up the jurisdiction, Roddy said. Security for Grandma's pantry is done by the Marshal Service, which explains why PG and Titus picked that as a meeting place. But if there's a break-in or a murder, that's a federal building, meaning jurisdiction goes to the FBI. So why did a top-secret military unit, Semper Vigiles, get the call? Zig stared at Elijah, who was now chewing on his starburst, a fat round lump in his cheek. It was a good question. Military blood, Elijah finally said. Pardon? The S&S storehouses were designed to keep civilians safe. But if you got the right clearance, you know they also have an additional mission, DOD storage, Elijah explained, referring to the Department of Defense. All the extra blood for our troops, Army, Navy, Air Force, Marines, plus all military force protection from Ebola, smallpox, and all the rest. The warehouses store all of it. So when those gunshots went off that night, Pentagon phones started ringing off the hook. They thought it was a foreign attack? Zig asked. Let me say it like this, Elijah said, pulling another starburst, a yellow one, from the bowl. 3,000 service members have been killed in Afghanistan. But you tamper with our spare blood or the vaccinations that are stored in these warehouses, we'd be burying our young men and women by the battalions. It made Zig think of those days at Dover, when U.S. troops were helping battle Ebola in Liberia. Contaminated bodies weren't allowed to be sent home. Instead, they were bagged and put in mass graves. Crack of dawn the following morning, Mint, Rashida, and I arrived at Grandma's pantry. Nola showed up an hour or so later, Elijah explained, his voice slowing down as he tossed the yellow starburst back into the bowl, unopened. All his ease was gone, like he was suddenly talking about his own funeral. Truthfully, it was a pretty standard sweep, examining the blood spatter, collecting footage from security cams. What did the marshals, PG and Titus, Elijah corrected. Exactly. What did PG and Titus have to say? That's the question, isn't it? Mint and the rest of us interrogated them for 2 hours. According to PG and Titus, they were simply doing their jobs, facilitating a final father-daughter visit in an S&S storehouse, one of the most secure facilities in the country. The location was a bit odd, but otherwise it's standard procedure. But when they started questioning Salty about his missing $22 million, they said that's when the old man lost his temper, charging straight at them and trying to grab their guns. In the close confines of the freezer, well, you know how these things go. We were just trying to defend ourselves. They were lying, Roddy said, his focus across the room, at the consultant with the ankle holster. Of course they were lying, Elijah said. So what'd they say when you confronted them? Zig asked. It was actually kind of hard to tell, considering PG and Titus were both found dead later that same night, face down in a gravel parking lot of what had to be one of the very last Bennigans in the country. Single shots to the temple, military kills, Elijah said, putting a finger gun to his own head and pulling the pretend trigger. Oh, and Salty's 22 million? Right after our interrogation, poof, the 22 million suddenly magically disappeared as well. Oh, crap, Zig muttered, nearly knocking over his beer. Oh, crap, for sure. According to the timestamp on the wire transfer, the money went missing right after our interrogation. So when it came to making the suspect list, it went downhill from there. Chapter 77. So they thought someone from your team stole the money? That's when the full hurricane hit, Elijah said, fidgeting with the bowl of starbursts. They started pointing fingers at me, at Mint and Rashida, at Nola. For all we knew, it could have been someone on the inside at the Marshals. Or the white nationalists, taking revenge for shooting their pal Salty, Zig pointed out. We told them the same. None of us knew what happened to the money. But in the military, when 2 of your suspects suddenly show up dead and $22 million goes missing, they had to launch an internal inquiry led by everyone's favorite upright sphincter, Colonel O.J. Watley. Major Watley back then. He had a year on me, 2 years on Mint, but we'd all come up together, Elijah explained. The fact they put him on the case showed he was pulling ahead, and to prove them all right, he dove right in. The first person he cleared was, surprise, everyone's favorite straight arrow, his pal Mint. How'd they know Mint was clean? Roddy asked. They didn't, but at military bases, you know those private side entrances that they have on buildings, the ones just for top commanders so they can feel important. Mint had access to those entrances, but he always walked through the regular door with the rest of us. No question, OJ would clear him first. Then he cleared Rashida, despite the fact that everyone knew she and Mint sometimes did use those side entrances, since they were sleeping together for the better part of a year. And then, let me say it like this, he blamed it on you and Nola, Zig said. Elijah started to laugh, a low rumble that sounded like it came from the Earth's core. OJ couldn't point the finger at us without evidence, but in the right hands, there's an art to properly wrecking someone's military career. To make us pay, he issued a finding of no fault, nothing bad, nothing good, the death knell for an officer who needs good reports for promotions. Nola got sent back to her command as artisan residence. It didn't change much for her, but for me, career-wise, it was enough of a stink that I was done. My next evaluation was, let's just say, below center mass. From there, I had a choice, get passed up for promotion or leave army life behind. For OJ, it was a hell of a chess move. Bloodless execution. Roddy cocked his head. Why'd he want to single you out? Have you met OJ? He's a proud black man who was determined to make full bird colonel, then general. At the time, I was a proud black man also trying to make colonel, then general. Guess how many spots for proud black generals he thought there were? I'll give you a hint. Him and only him, Elijah said, raising his glass in a mock toast. That first year, at nearly 40 years old, the best job I could find was working alcohol concessions for the Trenton Tigers, he added, referring to the local minor league NHL team. Though God bless it for showing me the power of beer. 3 minority-owned business loans later, I was able to... Can we go back to last night? Zig interrupted. You said OJ was here at the bar, asking questions. What was he... Nola, Elijah said. That's the only thing he cared about. Wanted to know where she was. Had I seen her? Did I know who she was with? Mm-hmm, Roddy whispered, more to himself than anyone else. What'd you tell him? Zig asked. You're joking, right? That walking piece of excrement wrecked my life. You really think I'd tell him what I found? Zig's ears perked up. He shot Elijah a look. Roddy did too. Mr. Elijah, what do you know about my sister? Elijah unwrapped another starburst, a red one. An awkward silence hung in the air. Elijah, please, we're on your side here, Zig said. You see what this case is doing to Nola? The way she's sneaking around, making mistakes she never makes. You should have seen the way her hands were shaking. She's clearly at the core of this. And you obviously have something you're not saying. Elijah sat there silently, popping the red candy in his mouth. Did he trust these two? Not really. But in the end, if they were here to help Nola, then by extension, maybe they could help him. If I had answers, you'd have them already, Elijah said. All I've got is a theory, okay? What kind of theory? Zig challenged. When OJ strolled in here last night, all smiles and charm, I'll just say it pissed me off, which I'm not proud of. But that's what it did. It's the only reason I even took a look. Look at what? Zig asked. Employment records, Elijah said. You have to understand, all those years ago when everything went down at Grandma's Pantry, the government fired everyone who worked there, every staffer who was anywhere near the storehouse that night, the warehouse supervisor, the vaccine manager on call, the lift operator, all the security guys, of course, even the maintenance and janitorial staff. But last night, when OJ left, I couldn't help myself. I called a buddy who does surveillance work for the Pentagon. He owes me for setting him up with his second wife. The point being, I asked him to pull the staff list for Grandma's Pantry. Accidentally, he sent me the current list rather than the old one. I'm not sure I follow, Zig said. You will. On the list was a guy named Axel Padilla. Zig made a face. The name didn't ring a bell. He's a security guard at Grandma's Pantry, Elijah explained. Low-level guy, one of the many hired by the marshals. Back then or now? Zig asked. That's the kicker. Axel is a pretty memorable name, which made me look twice at it. And then I saw it, glowing on my computer screen. Axel Padilla is on the current list of guards, but also on the original list from 5 years ago. I thought you said the marshals fired everyone. That's what I thought, except, apparently, for a guy named Axel. He's the one and only person who was there on the night when Salty was killed. The next day, when the 22 million went missing, and also for reasons that defy all logic, still somehow has a job working security there today. Zig sat there a moment, watching a few stray bubbles rise in his craft beer. Think he's a whistleblower? That was my thought, though he could be anything, Elijah said, knowing there were plenty of cases where a whistleblower was so helpful, the government brought them back to the job once the disaster passed. This guy Axel, where's he right now? Zig asked. I have no clue. He was a night guy, so maybe at work? It's a good idea, Zig said, taking a final swig of beer and heading for the door. Where the hell are you going? Elijah asked. You tell me. Do you know where Grandma's Pantry is? Yeah, but... Great, Zig said. Show me. I'm going to go grab some more water real quick, so I'll be right back. Yes, it is very important to hydrate. All right. Chapter 78. His favorite part was picking the music. Today, most elevators have stopped playing overhead music. But when you buy your own, you can choose to play whatever you want. According to a leading communications expert, music in an elevator is like amniotic fluid that surrounds us. It never startles us. It is never too loud. It's always there. It's why the saleswoman at Atlas Elevators suggested soundtracks with names like Easy Listening and Calm Pop. You want to be in the background, not the foreground, she told them. But screw it. Who the hell wants to live life in the background? He decided, picking a soundtrack with Grandmaster Flash and a ton of Marvin Gaye. Indeed, his office was so quiet as the elevator made its way up, he could hear the faint beat of Got to Give It Up. Within seconds, the green digital indicator lit up. But didn't ping. They'd turned the ping off months ago for being too annoying. The elevator door slid open as the man craned his neck, looking to see just how bad the rest of his day would be. Sure enough, Nola stormed out of the elevator, pistol at the ready. She spotted the man instantly, in the open doorway of his office. He had a knife of a nose and a leprechaun smile. Nola plowed toward him, her pistol aimed straight at his face. His lower lip was split. At least Dominic got a lucky punch in. Relax. I'm not your enemy, not even armed, he insisted, hands in the air, signaling his own surrender. Friends, okay? Friends. Adrian Vess, he said, offering a handshake. Nola stayed silent, her finger on the trigger. I know you're the one who did this. I hate to break it to you, kid, but you don't know nothing, Mr. Vess said, hands still in the air. Heading for his office, he motioned for her to follow. Now, come on. I got something you're gonna like, he added, his leprechaun smile widening. I promise, I won't bite. Chapter 79. Landenberg, Pennsylvania. Suck it, fart wizard! Kevin! Nana Dottie scolded, her grandson barely reacting. Apologies, Miss Wags. He's just... Boys are animals. I have a son, Wags agreed, sitting at a tiny foul wood kitchen table that was built for two, but had 3 seats around it. From a mug that read, What happens at Grandma's From a mug that read, What happens at Grandma's stays at Grandma's, Wags pretended to enjoy the instant coffee that had all the flavor of a backwash. In the living room, 2 boys, Kevin and his brother, were frantically jumping on a sagging orange couch, playing an old Wii baseball video game like it was a cardio workout. Swallow that! The shorter boy yelled, hitting what appeared to be a digital triple. Paul! Nana Dottie shouted, wearing a sheen of exhaustion that only comes when you're 80 years old and your daughter's opioid habit leaves you raising 2 tween boys. You were saying about his accident, Wags began. Actually, ma'am, I hadn't said anything, Nana Dottie replied, taking a long sip of coffee. My daughter's been arrested 5 times, Miss Wags, so forgive me for being suspicious when someone with a badge knocks on my door. Wags took a breath, noticing that above the stove, above the fridge, above every single doorway, including the bathroom, was a metal horseshoe for good luck. Right about now, she needed it. Can we go back to his brain injury? You wouldn't even know from looking at him. Wags nodded, eyeing Paul, the younger of the two boys, swinging his Wii controller like a bat. He limped slightly, his movements jerky, like his left side wasn't wired quite right. But the way he kept shoving his older brother, Paul had real swagger, even at age 9. Ever been in a car accident, Miss Wags? On that night, they were 2 blocks away, literally 2 blocks, Nana said, her body shifting as she relived the moment. It was late, and Paul, he'd just turned 6, had fallen asleep. So Casey, my daughter, when she carried him to the car, it was 2 blocks, so she let him lay across the back seat. No seatbelt. The other car, he was moving full speed and coming head on. Oh no. Nana didn't say anything else. She just shook her head, her thumbnail scratching at a nick in her coffee mug. The way his skull split, Dr. Sandberg said we should prepare for the worst. Wags looked over at the 2 boys who were still lost in their video game. 3 months later, Nana explained, he wakes up out of the coma, asking to watch Sesame Street, which I swear he hadn't watched since he was little. A month after that, he's running around, with a limp, sure, but running around like nothing ever happened. Our pastor called it a miracle. That's the only word for it. Same word your friend used. The painter. Nola, Wags and Nana said simultaneously. Wags nodded, though miracle didn't sound like a word that Nola ever used. That is, unless she was trying to get a grandmother's permission to paint young Paul. One last question, Wags began. Why'd you say yes? Pardon? With your grandsons. You seem quite protective, rightfully so. But if that's the case, why'd you let Nola into your house to do a painting? At first, Nana Dottie didn't answer. Ma'am, if Nola did something or threatened you, she paid me $100, okay? And before you give me a look, you know what it takes to feed growing boys? And the physical therapy on top of that? She pointed over to both boys standing on her couch, shouting at the TV. You want to pay me to paint my grandkid for an hour? You can come to my house every damn night. Wags nodded, glancing at Paul, then picturing the 2 senior citizens who she visited at the other 2 facilities earlier today. 3 different patients, 3 different incidents, 3 different outcomes. The only thing they had in common, a traumatic brain injury and a near impossible recovery. At that, Wags replayed Lieutenant Colonel Mint 3 nights ago, sitting in the back seat of his car, a single bullet burrowing into his head. Was that what Nola was looking for? Did she know Mint's murder was coming, and she was trying to help him survive the attack? Or did she have a hand in it? Was she the one who was supposed to pull the trigger, and she was trying to figure out how to do the least amount of damage? It made Wags think back to last night, to Nola curled down like a fist in Wags' back seat. Whatever was really going on, Nola wasn't gunning for Colonel Mint. She was hurt by his death, reminding Wags of what Zig said, that Roddy was asking his own questions. At first, Wags had assumed Roddy was looking for Nola, but what if that was the part Wags had wrong? What if Nola was the one looking for him? It was a fair question, especially considering everything Nola asked about Black House. What was it she said? That she saw someone in Mint's account? Wait. Mint's Black House account. Pulling out her phone and excusing herself from the table, Wags dialed the number she never liked dialing. It rang once, twice, What is it, my precious? A man teased in a poor Lord of the Rings impression. Gary, I need you to not be weird for once. Just tell me, when someone logs into Black House, do we keep a record of where they're logging in from? Chapter 80. You're the one who hired the Reds, Nola said, her gun aimed at his face. Mr. Vest rolled his eyes, which were brown and threaded with hints of orange. He was pear-shaped, with copper skin and a slickered back expensive haircut that came to a perfect widow's peak. New money or old money? Nola eyed the intricate gold chain around his neck, made up of tiny male and female figures, intertwined in a sexual 69 position. New money. You do realize you can lower the gun, Vest said without looking back as Nola followed him into his office. He didn't seem upset. Emotional sweat from stress, fear, or pain is most evident on the palms, forehead, and some sweat patterns on the scalp. Mr. Vest had none of it. If anything, he seemed polished. Fancy tan loafers, matching belt, and a fashionably untucked white shirt that was clearly altered to hide his girth. But no amount of money could hide the odd slant of his knuckles on his pinky and ring fingers. Boxer's break, they called it, from fighting barehanded. Nola made a note, plus the fact he led with his right. Water? Seltzer? Vest offered, pronouncing each word slowly, carefully, with true precision. Former stutterer? Or just trying to impress with? Nola never finished the thought. As she entered his office, she caught sight of his... Look at all the art. There was a canvas on each wall, plus a triptych between his antique partner's desk. She lowered her gun without even realizing. Most corporate artwork is picked to match the color of the walls, or worse, modern trash that's expensive only because it came from an overpriced gallery. But these... You like the paintings? Mr. Vest said. Nola did, though she'd never say it. Each was an oil painting, though none of them felt stuffy or old. On the left wall was a woman in profile, her sundress bathed in light as she cupped and admired a pink rose, reminding Nola of a classic waterhouse. Another, a steep cliffside with a tangerine sky and a thunderstorm, reminded her of a Delacroix. This was a curated collection. For a moment, she told herself this was what she never wanted, art captured and locked away. But God, did she love being so close to something this good. Don't look so shocked that I've got taste, Vest said. He also had Frogger, Nola noticed, eyeing the video game in the corner. You a fan? Want to play? He asked, following her gaze to the machine. He was sharp, more observant than she expected, and unafraid to use it to his advantage. He didn't get here just by those crooked knuckles. Your loss. I got first game, Vest said, heading for Frogger. Nola raised her gun again. She had a commander who used to do this, act like he didn't have a care. The men in charge, they always have a care. Ask whatever you came to ask, Vest said, hitting the 2 UP button as the Frogger theme started to play. I know about Zion Lopez, Nola said, lowering her gun, though not by much. I was at his house. I don't know who that is. That was a lie. She knew it before he even touched his gold chain, running his fingertips along the length of the naked figures. Zion called you a few hours before he died, she explained. He's a petty drug dealer. My theory is you're his supplier. Maybe you brought him for some odd jobs. Vess tapped the joystick upward, eyes never leaving the screen. You know why I love this game? You move the frog and go home. That's it. One simple objective. Don't you wish life was as clear as that? Mr. Vess, I want to know about Archie Mint, Vess said. Nola froze. There was a loud plink as Frogger leaped into one of those frog homes at the top of the screen. Vess was still in profile, his shoulders back, no fear at all. Colonel Mint, Nola corrected, feeling the gun in her hand, her finger sliding toward the trigger. Oh, come on. I knew that'd be your first question, Vess said, his fist tightening around the joystick. I told you from the start, I'm on your side. Archie Mint may have loved playing the golden boy, but don't you want to know what he was doing in private? Chapter 81. Lower the gun, Vess insisted. I told you. I want the same thing you. Pulling back the slide and cocking the gun, Nola aimed it at Vess's foot and pulled the trigger. A tiny black hole appeared near the big toe of Vess's shoe. A crimson puddle bubbled up, then disappeared, like a broken water fountain. It took half a second before he realized it was his blood and screamed out in pain. My toe! You shot my toe! He exploded, hopping backward and holding the Frogger machine for balance. Are you out of your... She pointed the gun at his leg. I'm going to shoot you in the calf next, then work my way to your femur. I broke my femur before. You won't like it, she said. Your pain is now in your hands. Tell me what you know about Colonel Mint. Do you understand what I'm going to do to you for... Nola aimed at his calf and pulled the trigger. Vess felt a needle prick, a bite of electricity. Instinctively, he swatted at his calf, but was already off balance, falling sideways and crashing to the floor. Gah! What in the hell is... Why would you do that? He clenched his teeth, pulling off his leather belt to make a makeshift tourniquet. He'd been shot before, or saw a few too many war movies. Christ almighty, that hurts, he shouted, his face already going pale. Why would you? I said I was on your side. I want to know about Colonel Mint. What do you think I was trying to... She pointed the gun at his thigh, her finger on the trigger. Stop! Just listen. Zion. I know Zion pulled the trigger on Mint. I also know Zion worked for you. He sold drugs for you. You're a street boss, maybe a state boss if you're lucky. That's correct, yes? He was your employee? Vess nodded over and over, his eyes starting to flood with tears. Snot ran from his nose. His leprechaun smile was gone. My leg! I need a doctor. Mr. Vess, look at me. Are you looking? I need you to think carefully about your next words. When Zion killed Mint, did you give Zion that order? I swear on my life, on my daughter's life, Zion's a dreamer, all hustle. A little spick CEO. Sold Molly and K2 like they were Tickle Me Elmos on Christmas. That's why I brought him on. But with Mint, my hand to God, Zion was freelancing, and he knew I didn't stand for freelancing. So you called the Reds. You think I had a choice? He killed a local military hero. It's like putting a bullet in the head of the mayor. You know how many eyes that brings toward Zion? Toward my business? That's why I told you. I'm on your side. Whoever hired Zion to kill Mint, I want to find them just as much as you do. Another lie, or at least a partial one. Best wasn't in this for justice. He wanted containment to keep his drug enterprise from being exposed, which was all too likely when Zion suddenly brought it this much attention. Still, that explained why the Reds turned their attention to Zig, and presumably anyone else sniffing where they weren't supposed to. But it still didn't make sense. The Reds were pros. When they went to see Zion, they wouldn't have left without asking the most vital question. "This is your femoral artery," Nola said, digging the barrel of her gun into his thigh. "If you bleed out, you're going to ruin these nice floors. So tell me, Mr. Vess, who hired Zion to kill Mint?" Chapter 82. Vess's hands were shaking, still struggling to knot the belt around his calf. As he fought to pull it tight, blood was already soaking the cuff of his pants. "Did you really have to shoot me?" Nola started to squeeze the trigger. "On my desk! There's photos. The iPad. That's what they sent me. Hand to God. That's what I was. That's what I wanted to show you." "Stop talking," Nola said, heading for his desk. As she grabbed the iPad, she couldn't help but steal another quick glance at his paintings. "The passcode is all zeros," Vess called out. Nola rolled her eyes. A few clicks later, she was staring at a text from a 215 number, Philadelphia. No written message, just two photos, the first of Mint and Rashida, sitting at a table in what looked like a nice restaurant. This wasn't the steakhouse, it was somewhere else. It had a hidden camera feel, both of them smiling and leaning toward each other in a way that former coworkers weren't supposed to lean toward each other. From the crow's feet at Mint's eyes, this wasn't an old photo. This was recent. You see it, right? Like a dog in heat. At Mint's funeral, they filled the gymnasium. Pennsylvania's local hero and Golden Boy Scout. But he was just another cheater, slipping around on his wife with some black piece of... With a violent kick, Nola pounded her heel into Vess's wound. "Ah!" He screamed, rolling sideways, hugging his knee toward his chin. "Who sent these?" Nola asked, swiping to the iPad's next photo. It was a screenshot, literally. Someone had held up their phone to snap a picture of a computer screen. The image was pixelated and harder to read, but it looked like an online bank statement. On the far right were deposits, dozens of them, at least one a day. $8,500, $9,500, $9,200, always just below $10,000, the amount that Nola knew triggered banks to send a report to the IRS. Whoever this money belonged to, they were working hard not to be seen. In the last month alone, total deposits were over $242,000. Account name, Mint, Archibald C. A sharp pain stabbed Nola's throat, like she'd swallowed a needle that sliced her as it descended toward her stomach. Mint was in the reserves, making $60,000 a year. Where was he suddenly getting this cash? "You said the Reds found these photos," she asked. "On Zion's phone," Vess explained, still clenching his leg in pain. Nola closed her eyes, the iPad feeling like an anvil in her hand. "Mongol, Faber, Stutler, Salty Trebbiano," Nola announced. "Does that name mean anything to you?" Vess glanced upward, clearly lost. Nola swiped back to the first photo of Mint and Rashida eating at the restaurant. Slowly, finally, the walls of the maze were starting to crumble. 5 years ago, at Grandma's pantry, arms dealer Salty Trebbiano was killed, and his 22 million went missing. After Mint and the rest of his Semper Vigiles team raced into investigate, 2 dirty U.S. Marshals also showed up dead, turning every person there, Mint, Rashida, Elijah, and of course Nola herself, into instant suspects. In the weeks that followed, OJ drove the internal review. To this day, Nola assumed one of Salty's white supremacist groups was behind it all, but in the end, the only truth was this: whoever took the money got away with it. That is, Nola thought, until a few years passed, and maybe they finally started spending it. With another swipe at the iPad, Nola glanced down at Mint's bank account, now flush with nearly $250,000 in the last month alone. The needle in her throat expanded, thick as a nail, pushing out from inside her skin. Nola shook her head, praying she had it wrong. All these years, all the good Mint had done, all he'd done for her. Sir, you're supposed to be better than this. Just the thought of it made her feel gutted, exposed, and so damn naive. It also made her feel something else, like someone was yanking on an ancient piece of armor from her chest, one that she didn't even realize she'd been wearing. She replayed it all, reshuffling the details. From the photo, it looked like Mint was once again cheating on his wife with Rashida. That she could deal with. Good men make dumb decisions every day. But did that mean that he was the one who killed 2 U.S. Marshals and took $22 million that night at Grandma's pantry? Maybe. Or maybe someone else took it, and Mint or Rashida somehow found out about it. Could that be where Mint's deposits were coming from? A hush payment? Or Mint asking for his own cut? That actually made more sense, especially considering the one trap door at the center of the maze. That Mint and Rashida were dead. Someone ordered that hit. And from the sums in Mint's account, that money came from somewhere. Find the missing 22 million, and she'd find who was really behind this. It wasn't a long suspect list. With a final swipe backward, Nola spread her fingers, enlarging the original photo of Mint and Rashida. With them gone, the only remaining team members from Grandma's pantry were OJ and Elijah, Nola blurted. The guy with the bar, Beth said, still clutching his leg on the floor. Nola turned. What'd you say? Elijah, that's his name, right? Beth said. The Reds, they mentioned him. Said he had a bar, selling Bagadine microbrews. Who told them that? No idea, they said. Nola leaned closer, giving Bess a deep, long look at the fight he didn't realize he was picking. Later tonight, Vess would still be thinking about her stare. Her eyes were patient, like they knew something was coming. There weren't many people who knew about Elijah, much less that he had a bar. Zig was one, though he'd never share info with the Reds, which left. Mr. Vess, how do you know my brother? Nola asked. Your brother? Roddy LaPointe. He's a cop in Jersey, and a general scumbag. You're a drug boss in Philly, barely an hour and a half from each other. You're telling me that's just coincidence? Vess stopped, glancing up. He was still in pain, but his brow was furrowed. He looked lost, confused. Roddy? That's an actual name? Roddy? Vess didn't know him. It made no sense. To track Vess here, Nola had relied on his listing in the Special Identities Unit. It was a watchdog list, the ultimate do not disturb, usually for people the government had under surveillance. But one of the other biggest groups on that list, CIs, confidential informants. Some were petty criminals, but some were bosses themselves, running out their fellow scumbags, hoping that the government, or even a local cop, might turn a blind eye or somehow take it easy on them. So you're not Roddy's informant? Nola asked. That's not how your paths first crossed? If I'm gonna rat, you really think I'd pick a dink cop? At least bring in the feds, he stuttered, though it sounded like an insult. She pointed her gun at Vess's head. Mr. Vess, I want to know who told the Reds about Elijah. This guy, Elijah, you think he's the one who did this? She grabbed the trigger and quickly pulled. Ask them! Ask the Reds! I don't know. I swear on my daughter. Nola stood there for half a second, pressing her gun into Vess's widow's peak. His face was white, not from fear. He was losing blood. Fast. Email or phone? She asked. I don't understand. When the Reds contacted you, email or phone? It's in my desk. Top drawer. Vess insisted, crossing to the other side of the desk. Nola pulled out an old Motorola flip phone that reminded her of a girl she used to hate in junior high. On the corner of the desk, next to the keyboard, she spotted a new iPhone. She grabbed that too. Yo, that's my phone! You can't! I need that to call an ambulance! Vess shouted. Nola was already at the door, checking the passcode. All zeros again. Moron. I'm serious. If you leave and I pass out. Vess was still yelling as Nola stepped into the elevator and pulled out her own phone, dialing Zig's number. No answer. She glanced at the time. For sure, if he would have reached Elijah's by now, or even Grandma's pantry. Zig had no idea about the 22 million, or what he was walking into. Nola pounded the door close button with the heel of her hand. You're never gonna get there in time! Vess shouted at the doors slid shut. Your friend the mortician, if he's headed there, he's already dead. I gotta say, things are getting good. At this time, I'm gonna take a short break. I'll be back in just a few minutes. Chapter 83. If you need to go, go now. None of them moved. Zig, Roddy, or Elijah. All three staying in the car, staring straight ahead at the Sunoco mini-mart, where 4 20-something guys walked out the front door. That's a lot of backward hats, Zig said. Jersey, Elijah offered. Zig nodded, turning back to his phone, where he was texting with Wags. You free? She had asked with extra question marks. Zig knew what that meant. You found something, didn't you? Zig texted. Tell me. You still with Shaggy and Scooby? Tell me what you found, Zig texted. Voicemail from tech guy Gary. Was about to call him back. Thought you might want to join. Zig's eyes slid sideways toward Elijah, who was on his own phone. Facebook scrolling by the looks of it. Can't. Let me know what he says, Zig texted back. Wags gave it a little thumbs up. 3 gray dots appeared on screen. Then finally, any NOLA sighting? Zig checked the rear view, still convinced she couldn't be far. Actually, I do have to go. To the bathroom, Roddy added, opening the car door and sliding out. He took a few steps toward the mini-mart, then doubled back and knocked on Zig's window. Everything okay? Zig asked, tucking his phone in his pocket. They have ice cream sandwiches, Roddy said, pointing to a sign in the window showing a Fat Boy ice cream sandwich propped up on a chip witch. Buy one, get one free, he explained. I can't resist an ice cream sandwich. Want me to grab one for you? I'm good, Zig said. Mr. Elijah? I'm fine too, Elijah added from the passenger seat. I'll probably get an extra anyway. You know, buy one, get one, Roddy said, heading toward the mini-mart. For a moment, Zig and Elijah sat there, watching through the windshield as the crowd of 20-somethings took a look at Roddy's police uniform and parted around him. Roddy disappeared inside without acknowledging any of them. His belt doesn't quite go through all the loops, does it? Elijah asked. I like to think he's got the parachute, but he might be missing the ripcord. Elijah started to laugh, but his face was serious. You sure you trust him? Who? Roddy? Zig paused. It's complicated. It shouldn't be. I get that he's worried about his sister, but where we're going, this security guard Axel, if he's even there, if he knows something about the 22 million, you really think we should put Roddy in the center of that? There was a click from the gas pump. The tank was filled. Then a loud knock at the window. Zig jumped at the sound of the attendant, a curly-haired kid wearing an Elliot in the morning button on a surprisingly clean Sunoco shirt, and another backward cap knocking on the window. 3727, curly hair said. Zig gave him 2 20s, pantomiming to keep the change. At the bar, when you said you spoke to Nola, the way he jumped at you, exploding instantly, Elijah added. When someone's got a fuse that short, you don't sit them next to the dynamite. I'm not saying he's not weird. Weird is fine, but we're all weird, brother. Back in the day, his sister was weird too. But Roddy and his little fuse? Let me say it like this. When we're trying to talk our way inside Grandma's pantry, you sure he won't detonate? It made Zig think back to Roddy gripping his shoulder, that empty look in Roddy's eyes when a switch seemed to flip, or when the Reds attacked and Roddy savagely pummeled Seabass's face over and over and over. Was that normal behavior? Of course not, though the attack on Seabass probably saved Zig's life. That had to count for something, right? Zig took a breath, eyeing Roddy in the mini-mart, heading for the freezer. From day one, Roddy had been working this case as hard as anyone. Their interests were aligned, and if Zig was being honest, without Roddy, They might have never gotten this far, much less found Elijah. In the end, though, Zig kept coming back to what he always came back to, Nola. To see her at the funeral home, hiding in the bathroom, scrambling to open the window, practically smashing through the glass to get away from her brother. She was running from him. And Nola never ran from anyone. You don't know who he is at his core, Nola had warned. It was an overdramatic thing to say, but the question remained, who did Zig believe? Inside the mini-mart, Roddy opened the freezer case, letting the cool air waft over him, his arms wide, like he'd just conquered Everest. Elijah, how much farther did you say Grandma's pantry was? 20 minutes, tops, Elijah replied. If it makes you feel better, we can call him an Uber or Zig pulled out his phone to send Wags a text. Instead, he saw a text from his wife. Call me. I'm on M's case, Charmaine wrote, using the single initial they always used for their daughter. I'd have to wait, swiping back to Wag's question. Any Nola sighting? Zig sent a final text. She's got to be close. He then started the car and put it in drive. Roddy was still in the mini-mart, grabbing his ice cream sandwiches. It's the right call, Elijah said as they pulled out of the gas station, picking up speed and veering toward the turnpike. Zig kept glancing in the rear view, the mini-mart shrinking behind them, a pinprick in the darkness. He was already second-guessing himself, but he didn't slow down. Chapter 84. 6 minutes ago. They slowing down? Reagan asked, glancing over the handheld GPS that Seabass was clutching in the passenger seat. A half hour ago, on screen, a small red triangle weaved down Shoemaker Boulevard, leaving Elijah's craft beer bar and heading for the turnpike. Zig and Roddy were on the move, but now, finally, they were pumping the brakes, pulling into a rest stop, by the looks of it. Gas brake, Reagan realized. Seabass agreed, studying the map. They weren't far. Time to close the gap. Tugging the steering wheel and veering into the turnpike's right lane, Reagan punched the gas, blowing past a stubborn Mazda with a bumper sticker that read, I was an honor student. I don't know what happened. They both read the sticker. They both glanced at each other. Seabass's eyes curled into a grin, the baseball-sized gauze shifting on his cheek. Sebi, don't laugh at dumb jokes like that. If you do, we get more of... Phone buzzed, both of them now eyeing the cheap silver flip phone vibrating in the cup holder. Caller ID showed a number they'd never seen before, but they knew who it was. The first time he called, they ignored it. Second time, too. This was the third, all within a few minutes. Seabass shot her a look. Maybe he knows where they're headed. The phone rang again. Reagan rolled her eyes. Ellis Jewelers, she answered. I call you 3 times and you don't pick up? Mr. Vess exploded. Are you forgetting who you work for? Reagan hung up, tossing the phone back into the cup holder. Is that really helpful? Seabass said with a head shake. The phone buzzed again. She let it ring once more, just to teach Vess a lesson. Have you learned to speak like an adult? She finally answered, putting him on speaker. Do not pick a fight with me, Vess warned. This is for your benefit. You're about to have a problem. Not until you tell me about this number. Where are you calling from? Alberton General. The hospital? Why would you? Because I got shot in the leg and my toe. She shot off my toe. Slow down. Who's she? You think she left a business card? Skinny. Silver and black hair. Eyes deader than yours, Reagan. The way she was talking. She said you know her brother. Some cop? Roddy something? Roddy LaPointe, Reagan said, now curious as Seabass turned her way. What'd she say about him? I'm in a hospital gown with my hanging out. I don't care about him, or the mortician, or every other damn rando who can't seem to stay away from this giant pest Zion sucked us into. The only thing I give two craps about right now is her. From here on in, she's the mission. There must be consequences. Bess was still ranting as Reagan tossed a look toward the passenger seat. The moment Seabass was shot in the face, they were done with the job, done taking orders, done protecting Bess's business, and certainly done with his current revenge fantasy. From here on in, their only priority was Roddy. If it helps, you can track her, Bess added. She took my phone and iPad. You mean the phone you've been calling us on? Reagan challenged. Seabass cocked an eyebrow. Earlier, they'd tossed Zion's phone to keep anyone from following. Even if she was on their trail, it wouldn't be hard to lose her again. Snatching the flip phone, Seabass opened the window to toss it outside. Don't! Reagan warned, grabbing his arm. She took back the phone as a whirlwind of air twisted through the car. Turning back to Bess, she added, When did she leave your office? Half-hour ago, tops. Reagan nodded, doing the math. They'd still reach Zig and Roddy first. You're not even listening, are you? Bess asked. For 30 years, I've been dealing with vengeful pricks. This girl, though, she's different. You can see it in her eyes. She's got broken parts inside. She sounds unbearable, Reagan said as Seabass nodded. Neither of them was worried. Like her dad taught, if you want to hit the cover off a curveball, you just have to know when it's coming. Reagan glanced down at the GPS. 14 minutes to destination. Plenty of time to be ready. Chapter 85. Now. Zig was confused, and he never liked that. A few miles back, when he first spotted one of the big green highway signs with a little airplane graphic at the bottom, he didn't think much of it. On the New Jersey Turnpike, everything connects with the airport sooner or later. Even when Elijah told him, next exit, and Zig pulled off at 13A labeled Elizabeth, along with a bigger airplane graphic, Zig focused on the former, assuming this was just the first step to a smaller, less trafficked area better able to hide a secret government facility. God knows, between the ports, freight yards, and all the surrounding warehouses and refineries, Newark was full of nondescript areas to choose from. Hell, it was big enough to hold the first U.S. IKEA. Yet as the exit ramp looped them into a wider stretch with multiple lanes, stay in the middle, Elijah said, pointing to the lane labeled airport traffic only. Zig glanced around, searching the distance. The road narrowed and twisted, then narrowed even more, eventually dead-ending at a single-lane service road. In front of them, turnpike shrubbery gave way to a chain-link fence and signs for Terminals A, B, C, home of Newark International Airport. Are we flying somewhere? Zig asked. Elijah flashed a grin. Today, there are 11 undisclosed strategic national stockpiles, 11 grandma's pantry warehouses, carefully hidden across the country. In choosing locations, all 11 were logistically situated to maximize their ability to send supplies to the closest neighboring states. Naturally, secrecy was also key. A stockpile in the northwest was located on a horse breeding ranch in a long aluminum sided building designed to look like a slaughterhouse in satellite photos. The one in the Midwest was hidden in an old jelly bean factory, but all 11 had one thing in common. They were all near an airport, although only one was located in one. On Zig's left, a United 737 buzzed low in the night sky, its engines roaring as it came in for a landing. "Don't look so shocked," Elijah teased. "It's why people love big cities, so you can hide in plain sight." "Wait, so Grandma's pantry," Zig said, still glancing around. "You're telling me it's—" "You were expecting a neon sign?" "Make a left," Elijah said, pointing with his chin. "We're almost there." Chapter 86. Keenly, Pennsylvania, 14 years ago. This was Nola when she was 14. Acne Steve had brought cigars to poker night. Nola didn't mind the stench. It was actually better than what Royale's friends usually smelled like. But when they smoked, they drank more, which meant they made more of a mess, which meant, for Nola, there was more to clean. "Come on, Face, use an ashtray," Royale shouted at repeating Francis, who smoked cloves just to be a pain. "Nola, on it," she said with a glance, already rushing to the kitchen to grab an extra ashtray. Royale started to say something else. "And pretzels, I saw," Nola added, eyeing the empty pretzel bowl on the foldable side of the table. On the foldable side table. Across the room, Steve's son, Trey, looked up from his newest device, a T-Mobile Sidekick, a high-tech phone with its own QWERTY keyboard, then glanced back down, going back to whomever he was texting. "Possible to get some more ice, please?" said Chubby Digger from the gas station, who started wearing a Bluetooth earpiece to remind everyone he was now Assistant Manager Digger from Tire Kingdom. Nola knew it made him look like a tool, but Digger was the only one who ever said, "Please." "And a blowjob. Can you get us one of those, hun?" Hartley Spencer teased, his narrow, penny-colored eyes locked on Nola's. "Hartley, don't be a turd," Digger scolded. Nola ignored the joke. She's heard worse, though she did take the long way around so Hartley wouldn't have a chance to snip her. As she passed Trey on the couch, sulky 10th grader looked up. As she passed Trey on the couch, the sulky 10th grader looked up, shaking his head at the adults. It was a moment of solidarity, though Nola didn't know how to read it. She just liked his light brown eyes, the color of iced tea, and was mesmerized by the all-knowing maturity and general hostility that he was endlessly directing at his own dad. Nola understood that better than anyone. As a new hand was dealt, Royale and his friends debated their usual topics, like whether the girl at the Vin's Groceries deli counter had real tits or falsies, which quickly devolved into tearing Acne Steve apart for using the word falsies in front of his son. In the kitchen, as Nola refilled the pretzel bowl, even she laughed at that. In truth, she liked these nights. Life was better, or at least easier, when there were friends to keep Royale busy. She even found herself rooting for a few of them, like repeating Francis, and for Digger, who would probably do better if he ever figured out that he would clench his teeth behind his lips and start counting everyone's chips every time he bluffed. "Okay, donkeys, out of pity, I'll keep this small. 1, 2, Royale counted, tossing 2 orange chips, $100, into the pot. "I'm gonna push. I need to get my kid home, Acne Steve said, raising with 4 chips, everyone knowing that whenever he sounded like he was in a rush to leave, that meant he had a fantastic hand. Not as good as Hartley's, though. Check, Hartley said, trying to play it cool. In the kitchen, Nola had pulled an ice tray from the freezer, twisting it back and forth, then grabbing a nearby knife to pry out the stubborn cubes. Come on, she said, wiggling the knife, working the far side of the tray and putting her weight into it, the knife now facing her own belly. In the living room, Royale and his friends were getting louder. She was too preoccupied to hear it. To keep suspicion low, Royale only had her spy when his cards were gone. This was one of those hands, though neither of them knew it at the time. Gripping the knife with both hands, Nola wedged it toward herself, working it back and forth, the plastic tray sounding like it was about to crack. She pushed harder, her knuckles going red, until... Thwip! Just like that, the final cube popped out, sliding across the counter. Nola scooped it up, tossed it in a bowl, and grabbed it along with the pretzels and the ashtray. And I'll re-pop you to 300, Acne Steve said, tossing his chips into what had quickly become the biggest pot of the night. Call, Royale said, betting the same and eyeing Nola as she re-entered the living room. She knew that look. Time to go to work. I'll race to whatever Royale's got left, Hartley teased as Nola placed the pretzels on the side table. She was smart, taking her time before approaching the main table with the ice and ashtray. To be honest, I wish you had some more, since I love robbing you blind. How much more you want to raise to, Norm? Royale challenged, using the name his favorite TV private eye used when he wanted to give someone a verbal shove. More than you've got in that pot, Hartley shot back as Nola slowly rounded the table. I'm out, Acne Steve said, tossing his cards, knowing the result when it got this personal. Me too. Fold, Digger said, the blue light blinking on his headset. Pick a number. Pick whatever you want, Royale said, reaching for his watch. I'll put my damn Piaget if I... Wait a minute. I'll put my damn Piaget in if I have to. You think we don't know that watch is fake? Come on, Norm, Hartley shot back. Steve tried to sell us the exact same piece of garbage. You want to make interesting? Why don't you bet? I dunno. Hartley's eyes narrowed into thin slits as he flashed his own devil's smile. Her, he said, eyeing Nola. How about betting her? You're a skeeve, Royale said. I'm not talking sexual, just, like you got here, housekeeper stuff. A night of housekeeper stuff. An afternoon, that's it. Nola froze mid-step, an ashtray in one hand, a glass of ice in the other. Leave her alone, a voice called from the sofa. They all turned toward Trey, the 10th grader, who had finally looked up from texting. What'd you say? Trey's dad challenged. Steve-O, tell your boy to watch his mouth, Hartley warned. Get your... in the car. Go, Trey's dad bellowed, using a tone Nola had never heard him use before. Now! With venom in his eyes, Trey stormed toward the door, stealing a beer from the side table as he left. At the moment, though, there were bigger issues to deal with. I ain't joking, Hartley said, everyone turning back to the poker table. I need a good housekeeper, just for an afternoon. Nola stood there, the room so silent, she could hear the ice popping in the glass. Come on, Royale. You're always talking that she's such a pain in the... Put your money where your fat mouth is. How good you feeling about those cards? Chapter 87. Today. Newark Airport was not a quiet place. Last year, as the 12th busiest airport in the country, it served over 46 million passengers. To pull it off requires pictorial and international signs, TSA officers who speak 24 different languages, and outdoor maps labeled with oversized arrows to make sure people won't get lost going from long-term parking to the main terminals. Still, there's one street at Newark Airport that's always been a bit harder to find: Conrad Road. Put it into Google Maps, where it crosses Brewster Road, the service road surrounding the airport. The street view simply stops. Most people assume it's a glitch, or that it's because of what's on the corner. In Building 15, the small but elegant private jet terminal known as Signature, which serves gourmet tea in a well-appointed lounge as you wait for your private charter. Certainly, the Signature clientele prefer the anonymity. Still others, the Newark employees who have been here for decades, assume it's due to what's at the end of the block, the Art Deco historic site known as Building 1. Built in 1935, with a semicircular canopy that resembles a South Beach hotel, Building 1 was Newark's original terminal, hosting aviation legends like Amelia Earhart and Charles Lindbergh. After World War II, as the airport expanded, Building 1 became too small. But to preserve its history, the entire concrete structure was cut into thirds and moved here, to Conrad Road, where it became the headquarters for the airport's own law enforcement, the Port Authority Police Department. When 9/11 hit, it was the perfect excuse to get Conrad Road blurred on Google Maps. But that wasn't the real reason. Nearly every day, some random tourist accidentally turns onto Conrad Road. Some are smart enough to ask directions in the private jet terminal on their left. Others make it all the way to the end of the block to the police station. Both are perfect distractions. People are so busy staring at the private planes or the crush of parked cop cars, they don't look twice at what's across the street: a fenced-in parking lot with a prefab guard booth, like you'd find at a gated community. It was the same tonight. The shed looked old by design, though the windows were bulletproof. Inside was a guard, a fit, middle-aged man with heavy-lidded eyes, chewing nicotine gum like it was his final meal. On late shifts like this, he knew to keep the lights in the booth off. Indeed, since his bosses jammed all cell signals for security and location purposes, his silhouette was lit only by the faint glow of his laptop, which he was using to watch a YouTube video counting down the best TV theme songs. He was singing along with the theme to Different Strokes when a set of bright headlights appeared up the block. "What you talking about, Willis?" he muttered, thinking of his mom, who used to have the show because back in Providence, Rhode Island, Reverend Williams once incorrectly said there was an episode where they cussed, using the B word, as she used to call it. Mama hated the B word, telling her son that if you want to be a man, you speak like a gentleman. She wasn't wrong, he thought, eyeing the car up the block. He was slowing down, like every other lost tourist. Typically, most cars headed for the police station across the street, but when the lights turned his way and the car pulled toward his booth, he didn't think much of it. Especially these days, some people won't trust cops. "Let me guess," the guard announced, opening the drive-through window and squinting toward the headlights. "You can't find the main terminal?" "Actually, Axel, the one thing we're looking for is you." The guard, Axel Padilla, took a half step back, not even hearing the Miami Vice theme playing from his laptop. Son of a bee. Zig smiled from the driver's seat. Next to him, Elijah leaned closer for a better view. "Come on, Axel, this is your moment," Elijah offered, his caterpillar eyebrows knitting together. "Here's the part where you're supposed to say, Welcome to Grandma's Pantry. Chapter 88. Newark Airport. You're sure? Seabass nodded. Think they got on a flight? Reagan asked. Seabass shook his head, pointing to the little red triangle on their GPS, then scrolling sideways on the map. A police station? Why would they park by a police station? That's the question, Seabass said with a glance, flashing his plastic mouth guard. He was trying to look animated, but really just looked paler than ever. The gauze on his cheek was clean, the bleeding stopped. But the way he was clenching his jaw, the white in his eyes now yellow, he could lie to most people, but not to her. Sebi, I'm dropping you off, she said, tugging the steering wheel toward the next exit. Don't, he pleaded, grabbing the wheel, the car swerving back into its lane. I'm fine. You look like death. We do this together, he insisted, pointing to her, then back to himself. That was their rule, for years now. He tightened his glance. That's how it's always done. Together. She nodded, knowing he was right, hoping he was right, adrenaline kicking in as her anger at Zig, at Roddy, and especially at herself, swallowed her in a rage. You sure you're okay? She asked, glancing over. Seabass forced a grin, quickly sitting up straight. He couldn't break his sweat. Coppery saliva slid down his throat. He was swallowing blood, and it was getting worse. On his left, he glanced over at Reagan, who was clenching the steering wheel, staring straight ahead with that inferno in her eyes. There was nothing more attractive than someone who knows what they want. How could he deny her that? I'm fine, he told her, smiling excitedly with his eyes. You sure? She reached out, putting a hand on his shoulder, to physically feel if he was telling the truth. Reagan, I'm fine. I swear. She nodded like she believed it. She had to believe it. Just 5 minutes, she said, hitting the gas and steering toward the exit for Newark Airport. That's all it'll take. As the curve of the exit ramp sent him leaning against the car door, Seabass gave her a thumbs up. 5 minutes, and they'd be done. Simple as that. Chapter 89. Zig was trying to ignore the light drizzle, trying to keep up with Elijah and the guard in the blue windbreaker. Axel, as they darted through the empty parking lot. Axel tried making an excuse about leaving his post, but he didn't have a choice. Along the side of the building was a parked trailer. There was a refrigeration unit on top. They had trailers like these back at Dover, overflow freezers for when the bodies piled up. Here, they kept trailers like this to ship across the country, which is what they did when COVID first hit. Yet as Zig got closer, he caught a glimpse of a pair of eyes peeking out from below the trailer, reflecting through the darkness like tiny milky mirrors. Initially, he thought it was a cat, but the snout, the pointy nose, plus that thick rope of a tail, a possum, fat and crouched like a ball, was nibbling furiously at something. To Zig, who would never admit to being superstitious, just the sight of it felt like a bad omen, though the science side of his brain knew that was absurd. A hot drop of summer rain hit Zig at the center of his forehead, like a bullseye. He wiped it away almost frantically. You okay? Axel called back, still chomping on his nicotine gum. Just get us inside, Zig insisted, which really was all Axel was trying to do. Picking up speed and leaving the mobile mortuary behind, They followed the curve of the lot toward the front of a gray concrete warehouse that had all the charm of a prison. Similar buildings were scattered all across the airport perimeter, with mundane names like M&H International, Swiss Haven USA, and Longport Logistics. Featureless warehouses dedicated to shipping, exporting, and everything else that goes with the infrastructure of an airport. On a brown awning, the words K&W Importers were so faded you could barely make them out from the street, which was the point. "Marlin, I got two," Axel said in his walkie-talkie. Sig thought about getting Wags on the line. He pulled out his phone. No signal. Elijah had warned him as much. As they approached the doorway, Sig spotted two separate black dome security cameras, both with solid steel mounting plates and collars, same as Dover, military level. But what he noticed most of all was how quiet Elijah suddenly was. "You see something?" Zig whispered. Elijah shook his head, glancing at the dents in the old door, the rips in the old awning, the cracks in the building, all of it. So many memories. Last time Elijah was here, on that night 5 years ago, he lost the life he'd had, or at least the life he'd planned for himself. If Zig understood anything, he'd understood that. "If you're armed, there's gun lockers inside," Axel added. There was a low buzz, then a magnetic click as the door popped open. "I smell rain. It raining out there?" The receptionist, Marlin, called out in a Bronx bellow. Sitting at an L-shaped desk, he was older than Axel, with sandy blonde hair, hands that moved like hummingbirds, and a lopsided grin. Heart or no heart? Zig didn't know why, but he liked him instantly. "It's a good evening for a good evening," Marlin added as the three of them entered. Wow, it's all the same. You didn't even change the old posters," Elijah said, glancing around, like some middle-aged alumnus was walking into his old dorm. On the walls were faded oversized photos of the Gulf War parade in New York City, as well as one of President Biden placing the Medal of Honor around a soldier's neck. On their right, a coffee table held a neat pile of Army Times newspapers. In the corner were two sets of gray metal lockers, with at least 50 safe deposit-sized doors. One set marked phones, the other guns. "Marlin, thanks for buzzing us in," Axel said, not slowing down, but adding a wave as he passed the desk. He was headed for the closed metal door dead ahead, and the metal detector protecting it. The true entrance to Grandma's pantry. "I already cleared them both." "On the V-log?" Marlin asked, sounding confused, turning to the visitor's log on his computer. His hummingbird hands danced across the keyboard. "I don't see anyone listed in—" There was a click. Zig turned at the sound. It was already too late. Reaching into his jacket, Elijah had pulled out a gun. A bright nickel-plated and polished HKP-7. He racked the slide and chambered around. "I'm sorry, son, but this is on you," Elijah said, aiming the pistol at Marlin's face. Marlin's head was still down, his eyes on the computer screen. He never saw it coming. "Elijah, no!" Axel shouted. "Don't!" Zig added. There was a thunderclap. Bits of blood and bone hit the wall, causing a spiderweb crack in the framed photo from the Gulf War parade. The way Marlin's head was bent, the bullet hit a soft spot that fractured the top of his skull in a messy crater. Zig was still yelling as Marlin's head teetered and wobbled, then slowly sagged forward, momentum taking over, his forehead pounding the keyboard with a sickening thud. "What are you? Are you insane?" Axel exploded. Elijah barely reacted, his gun still raised, finger still on the trigger. He was about to buzz us in, Axel added. He was looking us up, Elijah said, calm as could be. So what if he has kids, a daughter starting college, and now he, Axel clenched both fists. You said no one would get hurt. No, Elijah said, rolling his eyes. That doesn't sound like me at all. In one quick movement, Elijah turned his gun toward Axel and pulled the trigger. Another thunderclap. A black burn mark appeared on Axel's forehead, just above his left eyebrow. This hit was clean, instantly sending Axel backward like a marionette with cut strings crashing to the carpet. A decade ago, Navy psychologists studied how humans react when faced with imminent death. According to action movies, everyone in the crowd runs and screams. In reality, however, your most likely reaction is simply doing nothing. Faced with fear, we freeze. Zig reached for his knife. Elijah was faster, aiming his gun. Mr. Zigorowski, whatever you've got in your pocket, I suggest you leave it there. Zig stopped, his fingertips still at his pocket. So that story you told us back at the bar, about the reason OJ fired you, he suspected you but couldn't prove it. If it makes you feel better, he's a bag and he suspected me, which is more than I can say for you. Raising his gun to Zig's face, Elijah slid his finger around the trigger. Don't look so wounded, Mr. Zigorowski. This was the twist you should have seen coming. I actually did. Click. Elijah was still facing the welcome desk, so focused on Zig, he didn't hear the door to the parking lot open behind him. And he certainly didn't feel the barrel of the gun until it was pressing into the back of his own head. You really think he'd leave me at a janky rest stop? Roddy asked a bit too loudly in Elijah's ear. Oh, and by the by, that fancy beer in your bar sucked. Come on, Elijah, don't look so wounded, Zig added. This was the twist you should have seen coming. Chapter 90. Houston, Texas. 14 years ago. This was Roddy when he was 14. It was just a matter of the paperwork. Sit, the police officer said, shoving teenage Roddy in handcuffs and an M&M buzz cut toward the metal chair. Roddy knew he was in trouble the moment he entered the room. Two-way mirror. Desk bolted to the floor. This wasn't the juvenile area. This was an adult interrogation room. Bad day for you, dump, said Officer Barry Baltamaccia, though everyone in the station called him Bull for always breathing so hard through his nose. He was 43, but like so many overweight cops, looked at least a decade older. Bull was right, though. It was a bad day. 2 hours ago, Roddy had been prowling through the Nordstrom parking lot, using a bolt cutter and screwdriver to clip hood ornaments from any Mercedes or Jaguars unlucky enough to be parked nearby. Vegas Larry at the body shop offered $75 apiece for them. Roddy already had 2 Mercedes ornaments in his pocket. As he started working on a third, a gray S-Class that needed a wash, he got spotted. Hey! Shouted a 40-something black anesthesiologist who was ROTC in college and had seen a few too many Spider-Man movies. Deciding he had great responsibility, the man headed toward Roddy. "What are you doing?" "Suck yourself," Roddy shot back. That was his first mistake, picking the fight. His second was thinking he had a chance. Roddy was 14. The anesthesiologist had at least 50 pounds on him. As the man rushed forward, Roddy instinctively sliced the screwdriver through the air in self-defense, really slashing a deep scratch across the man's forearm. This was his final mistake. 6 seconds later, Roddy was face down on the ground, screaming in pain, his shoulder dislocated, his arm pinned behind his back. When Officer Bull arrived on scene, his first reaction was laughter. "You don't even realize what you did, do you, dumb?" Bull asked as Roddy took a seat in the interrogation room. Roddy didn't say a word, even as Bull placed an evidence bag with a screwdriver on the table in front of him. "Moron, know what happens when you use a weapon?" "That ain't a weapon!" "You slashed his arm. It's a weapon, which means you just kicked this up from robbery to a felony assault. Happy birthday, fool. No more juvie for you. Now you're all But, Bull, your wife's on the line. Bull, your wife's on line 3. Again, announced a female voice through Bull's walkie-talkie. Bull didn't move. "She sounds upset," the female voice added. With a huff of air through his nose, Bull undid Roddy's handcuffs and recuffed them to the thick metal bar bolted to the table. "Don't move," he warned, stuffing the screwdriver in his pocket and heading to the door. What he didn't say was that his wife was at a doctor's appointment this morning. They'd found a lump. "Can you at least get me a snack? I heard you give snacks," Roddy called back as the officer reached the threshold. Bull never made it. Crumbling sideways, he hit the floor with an awkward thud. At first, Roddy thought it was a joke, a pratfall, or that he tripped on the plastic wastebasket. But as Roddy craned his neck, "Officer, you okay?" Bull was curled on his side, wheezing, his body convulsing, his eye rolled back in his head. Later, they'd say his blood sugar dropped, causing a diabetic seizure. As with any emergency, the key was how quickly they could react. "Officer?" A small puddle of blood expanded from Bull's forehead. He'd hit his head when he fell. Roddy's mouth went dry. He tried standing up, but his handcuffs were chained to the table. He couldn't get up, much less get near him. Roddy glanced around. He could still yell for help, get someone to come. Then a new thought hit Roddy. Peeking out of Bull's pocket, there it was, the plastic bag, the screwdriver. If Bull died here, if he didn't get help, no one would know what happened. All Roddy had to do was keep his mouth shut. On the floor, the convulsing and wheezing stopped, replaced by a stillness that Roddy had never seen before. Bull's head jerked slightly. He was foaming at the mouth, frothy saliva making the puddle of blood pink. "Just stay quiet," Roddy told himself. "It's your chance for a new start." Bull wasn't moving at all. Roddy stayed locked on the bright yellow handle of the screwdriver. The room was so quiet he could hear the crick of his own neck, little bones shifting. "Just keep your damn mouth shut." "Help! Someone! He needs help!" Roddy shouted, leaping to his feet. When no one answered, he banged the table, screaming louder, "Please! Someone help! This dude's dying!" 2 hours later, Roddy sat there, all alone, in the office of someone named Detective Conaway. He was munching on a bag of Funyuns from the vending machine, waiting in a wooden chair that looked like it escaped from a 1960s schoolhouse. "Funyuns? That's the best they could do?" A raspy voice called out. Roddy didn't look up as Officer Bull hobbled into the office, plopping into the seat next to him. Once the EMTs had given him some apple juice, his blood sugar stabilized. which is really all they can do, though he was still moving it with the grace of a land-bound walrus. They should at least give you extra. They should at least give you the extra quarter for Cool Ranch Doritos, Officer Bull added. Roddy stayed quiet, rubbing Funyun dust from his fingertips. You know they're calling you a hero, Bull said. Roddy rolled his eyes, even he thought it was absurd. Want to know what I think? Bull asked. Before Roddy could answer, Bull pulled out the plastic bag with the screwdriver and slapped it against the desk. Roddy stared, looking confused. What? You're letting me go? What are you, insane? Of course not. You vandalized multiple cars, stole hood ornaments, and slashed a doctor's forearm. He wants his pound of flesh for that. But since my wife got a good report, and I'm in a really grateful mood right now, instead of felony assault, I'm going to ask for reduced charges. I'll also be testifying on your behalf in the juvenile court, Bull explained. The judge will probably have you do a community service, but here's the catch. Bull paused for a solid 10 seconds. That community service, a full year of it, is going to be done right here, in police headquarters. Roddy's eyebrows knit together. I don't get it. This is a punishment, or what you did today? That was a good thing, Bull explained. And yeah, with the screwdriver, you also did a bad thing. But no one's all one thing. That's how it is for all of us. Like my favorite detective taught me, it's not what you've done, it's what you do next that defines you. Does that make sense? Not really. You're not a bad kid, Roddy, you hear me? You're not a bad kid. Today, when the crap hit the fan, you picked the right side. You gotta keep picking the good one. Roddy shook his head, still confused. Why are you doing this? Bull thought about it. You'll see. He was right. When Roddy's community service was done, they brought him on as an intern, where he worked until he got his GED. Eventually, when Roddy applied for the police academy, Bull wrote his recommendation. Roddy was on the path to being a ringleader, but now he's a real leader. He was right about that, too. All right, at this time, I'm going to take another short break. Grab some more water, snack. I'll be right back. Chapter 91. Today. There was a bug in her car. A tiny larder beetle, black with mustard spots, crawling diagonally up the windshield. Wags knew it on sight from an incident a few years back when she learned larder beetles feast on dry pet food. Assuming it was outside, Wags hit the windshield wipers and the gas, hoping highway speeds and aerodynamics would clear it away. The wipers never touched it. The beetle was inside. Does every damn creature on the planet need something from me today? You need something too, she asked. Overhead, the car's hands-free speakerphone let out a throaty ring. Wag still waiting for the person to pick up on the other line. In the pause between rings, she rolled down the passenger window a few inches, as if the small gap would affect the level of suction. "I'm trying to free you," Wag shouted at the beetle, wind whipping through the car. It still didn't budge. "Wags, that you? You in a wind tunnel?" a male voice announced, picking up. "Yeah, let me just..." The push of a button, Wags closed the window, the beetle still in place. "I called you twice. Where have you been?" "Where you been?" Gary asked. It was a bad sign. For nearly a decade, Gary's conversations led with small talk, usually about whatever obscure BBC detective show he was suddenly obsessed with, before he explained your IT problem, if he was diving into business. "You found who was in Mint's Black House account?" Wags asked. "Actually, by design, all Black House accounts are binary, with seeded hash and the highest entropy keys, meaning they can't. Bored. Speak English. Not instruction manual," Wag said, grabbing a notepad from the car's cup holder and leaning toward the passenger seat to swat the beetle from the windshield. Since she was still driving and holding the steering wheel, her arm wasn't long enough. Annoyed, she threw the pad at the beetle. Still didn't move. "Wags, do you know how the NSA catches bad guys?" "If I say yes, can you get to your point?" "It's a philosophy. The NSA knows that if every crook has encryption and there's no way to get the keys, there's only one choice. You wait for the bad guys to make a mistake. So here, when you're dealing with secure operating systems or Starlink satellites..." "Gary, if you don't tell me who you found in Mint's account in the next..." "Gary, if you don't tell me who you found in Mint's account in the next 3 seconds, I'm going to drive straight to the office and throw away every damn action figure on your desk, including that homemade Benedict Cumberbatch Sherlock Holmes Lego set. Gary went silent for a full 5 seconds. Can't tell anyone I told you this. Elementary, my dear Watson. Gary took a breath, and Wags could picture him tugging his shirt away from his sweaty belly. Wags, you need to understand, by design, Black House accounts don't come with an exploit, though they do come with instructions. And paramount among them is that it's designed to be used on mobile. You download the app, and that's what gives you security. Exactly. The app is a closed system, but if you run it on desktop, now Black House is going through a browser, which means open identifiers. Just give me the name, Gary. Names. Plural. There were 2 of them, though it doesn't give us actual IDs. We get IP addresses, which you can then use to... You're speaking nerd again. Tell me the addresses. One of them traced to a residence, owned by someone named Zion Lopez. Wags nodded. They already knew Zion was the one who'd pulled the trigger on Mint. The question was, who hired him, and why? According to Zig, it went back to the $22 million that was stolen 5 years ago from Grandma's pantry. So whoever was behind this, is that who was in Mint's Black House account? Did they think Mint stole the money and they were looking for it? Or was it the other way around, that Mint and maybe Rashida figured out who actually stole the money and they were threatening to go public? Gary, I need the other person who was in Mint's account. Pull over. I'm texting you the address. Tell me if it looks familiar. On her phone, Wags swiped to texts. I don't see it. Not until you pull over, for safety purposes. Texting and driving isn't... Gary, send the damn address! Her phone vibrated. The words popped on screen and her eyes went wide. No. No. Hanging up without a word, Wags quickly dialed Zig's number. Come on, Ziggy, pick up. Of course. No answer, of course. At Grandma's pantry, they blocked all cells. Still, if Zig was already there, and if Nola was headed there too, Wags hit the gas and the car took off. Up on the windshield, the Beetle hadn't moved. Right in front of her the entire time. Chapter 92. Nola didn't like being back here. Tugging the steering wheel hand over hand, she felt that familiar shift in her stomach. That same sense of dread when she was little and would come home from school, grab a snack in the kitchen, spot a newly empty bottle of scotch in the trash. Even at 9 years old, it's not hard to know when trouble's coming. Tonight, as her car rounded the corner, Nola rode the brakes, taking it slow. There were no other cars around, no one in sight. At 9 p.m., the block was quiet, but it looked darker than she remembered. There, on her left, a bulb out in one of the streetlights. Mongol. The bear. She never got through it. Never got to the names of the other pencils that her art teacher, Miss Sable, had given her as a gift, and that meant so much to her all those years ago. Just being here, being back here, this place was an echo, vibrating through her, vibrating through time, old memories tugging her down in their undertow. Years ago, during her first visit, Nola came here to do good, to set things right. But like any decision you look back on through the lens of time, what you marvel at most is how naive you were. Halfway up the block, Nola parked on the street. Better to approach by foot, so no one would see her coming. For a moment, she just sat there, wrists resting on the steering wheel, the undertow still tugging. She hated that feeling of old wounds throbbing like new wounds. But what she hated most of all was that old version of herself, the one who allowed her to get hurt in the first place. Kicking open the car door, she could see Mint on that first day, could still hear his corny speech that everyone said he gave at the start of every investigation. Humans are born with two fears: falling and loud noises. Every other fear is learned. He was right, though that didn't make your fears any less real. Only way to do that was to tackle them head on. Speed walking up the block, Nola stuck to the shadows. The cars out front told her who was already there and who wasn't. At just the sight of her destination, the undertow was overwhelming. It didn't slow her down. At the front entrance, she took a final glance over her shoulder and gave the doorknob a twist. To her surprise, there was a click. Unlocked. Never a good sign. If she were still in the army, this was when she was supposed to call the ops center for cover. Instead, Nola reached into the back of her waistband and pulled her gun. Without a word, she elbowed open the front door and disappeared inside. Chapter 93. As Zig shoved a handcuffed Elijah into the warehouse, the first thing he noticed was the flag. He saw it the moment he stepped inside, hanging from the vaulted ceiling. The warehouse itself was wider than a Costco and BJ's side by side. Throughout its nearly 70 aisles, the words Grandma's Pantry weren't written anywhere. Outside, there was no sign for strategic national stockpile. Yet, as Zig stared up at the nearly football field-sized American flag, there was no mistaking the message. This place belonged to Uncle Sam. "Try there," Zig said, moving quickly to get out of sight and pointing to what looked like a conference room on their right. "It's going to be locked," Elijah warned, his hands cuffed behind his back. Roddy squeezed the cuffs, steering Elijah between stacks of short pallets that clogged the front of the warehouse. 12-hour push packages, each loaded with 50 tons of antibiotics, antidotes, and medical supplies in case of a chemical or bioterror attack. On the left were industrial scales, and the right was a small parking lot of forklifts. All of it at the ready so that when the order was given, they'd race out onto Newark's runway and deliver salvation in 12 hours or less. "Mr. Zig, it's locked," Roddy said, trying the door. Elijah rolled his eyes. "Did I not just say that?" "Roddy, he's a liar. Ask him what the code is." "Are you both deaf?" Elijah asked. "There's no way in. These are senior staff offices." With a harder squeeze, Roddy pressed the cuff into Elijah's wrist. As Roddy learned during his first year on the job, handcuffs are their own art. A little pressure makes a tremendous impact. "Ah!" Elijah screamed, his body twisting in pain. "You do realize if Roddy breaks your wrist, someone will need to feed you for the next month?" Zig asked, taking a glance over his own shoulder. Back by the check-in desk, the guard, Axel, was face down in his own blood. The receptionist was slumped forward on his desk. 2 more needless deaths, Zig thought. Fallen, number 2549 and number 2550. "You, Sam. That's the passcode. They never change it," Elijah exclaimed as Roddy pressed Elijah's face into the door's keypad. "You, Sam. Like Uncle Sam." Roddy quickly entered the passcode. There was a magnetic thunk. The door opened. Squeezing the cuffs even harder, Roddy steered Elijah toward the entrance. Behind them, Zig didn't follow. "You coming?" Roddy asked. Zig nodded, heading toward them and grabbing a final glance over his own shoulder. "You're looking for Nola, aren't you?" Roddy asked. "You think she's coming?" "Roddy, can you please just get Elijah inside so we can—" "You're not answering my question. If you know Nola's on her way—" You think she'd tell me anything? That's not how she operates. But if I had to take a guess, click. The noise came from the main reception area. Someone walking through the front door. As Zig started to turn, he had an actual smile on his face. A true dopey grin. That is, until he spotted the two people, a man and a woman, stepping across the threshold, joining them in the warehouse. Both redheads. Mother trucker, Sig was about to say, though he never got the word out. Roddy was still in mid-turn, gripping Elijah by the handcuffs. Yeah, I see him, Reagan said, lifting her gun. In one quick motion, she aimed at Roddy and pulled the trigger. Chapter 94. Keenly, Pennsylvania, 14 years ago. This was Nola when she was 14. Rael didn't take Hartley's bait. More annoyed than anything else, Rael told him that this wasn't that absurd Demi Moore Robert Redford movie, and if he wanted to place a real bet, with real money, he'd be happy to cover it. With pocket queens, Rael figured his full house would be an easy payday. Too bad Hartley had quads, 4 of a kind. By the time the hand was done, Rael had lost $1,900. Hartley hiding his cards so well, Nola never got a good peek. For another hour and a half, Rael tried winning back his cash. Nola got him halfway there. Then it got late. The pretzel bowl was empty. That was the night. At nearly 1 in the morning, as the guys were wrapping up, Nola ducked out into the backyard to fish beer cans from the trash. Rael had a guy who'd drive them to New York for a piece of the 5-cent deposit. He didn't like her doing it in the house, though. Thought it made them look cheap. Jesus on a surfboard is your dad cheap? Trey teased from a nearby lounge chair, the teenager's thin frame looking like a needle. On the arm of his chair was his sidekick, where a red notification light blinked in the dark. Nola grinned at the crack of Royale, breathing an actual sigh of relief. You doing this for you or him? Trey asked. At the foot of his chair were 2 empty beer cans. She thought he'd grabbed only one. He was faster than he looked. For him? Oh! Trey laughed as Nola continued to rummage through the trash. He quickly felt bad, his tone shifting. You should tell him to do it yourself. You should tell him to do it himself. Set him straight. Nola didn't answer. She knew he meant well, but she also knew what would happen if Royale thought she was complaining. Here, let me help, Trey added, hopping from his seat and heading toward her, the red light still blinking from the armrest. Your dad's going to be looking for you, Nola warned, pointing over her own shoulder. He won't. He'll think I walked home, Trey said, reaching into the trash. The real fun'll start when I text my mom that he left me behind and messed up his court-appointed night with me. The way Trey spoke, using words like knives to stab at his parents, it wasn't something she'd soon forget. He's up like that, Trey added, standing on the opposite side of the trash as he pulled out a can of Pabst Blue Ribbon and 2 bottles of Stroh's, which forever would be the smell Nola associated with tonight. Across from him, Nola opened a plastic garbage bag to receive the recyclables. Trey threw the can inside, but as he went to hand over the bottles, he purposely missed the bag, letting one of the bottles plummet to the ground, where it shattered across the concrete. What are you doing? Nola asked. Trey shrugged and shot Nola his own devil's grin, which lit her up in places she didn't realize lit up. Holding the second bottle with 2 fingers, like an arcade crane game, he cocked an eyebrow, about to let it go. "Don't!" she called out, reaching to grab it. She forgot how fast he was. He yanked the bottle up out of her reach. Her hand gripped his wrist. "Too slow," he was about to say. He was fast for a drunk, but not nearly as fast as Nola. Before he could get the words out, she snatched the bottle from his hand. She held it up in victory. He playfully slapped it sideways, knocking it to the ground, where it shattered not far from the first one. "Try it on purpose. It's better when you mean it," Trey said, reaching into the trash and handing her a new bottle. She wanted to tell him he was a moron. Instead, for reasons she couldn't explain, she let go of the bottle, letting it smash. Rael would definitely be pissed, but even she knew that's why it felt so good. "Boy, am I clumsy tonight," Trey teased, dropping another bottle, then another Pabst Blue Ribbon can that hit with a hollow clink. "I gotta say, I thought he was gonna bait you tonight," Trey added, stomping on the beer can to flatten it. Nola stayed silent. Finally, she offered, "I appreciate you saying something to Hartley. You didn't have to." I was just protecting Hartley from you." She liked that. "Seriously, I'm glad you're safe," Trey added, standing there, staring at her. "The world needs pretty girls." "And pretty boys," she shot back, blinking a few times, not sure where the words came from. Wishing she could take them back, but not really. Not pretty boys. Cute boys," she corrected herself. "However you call it. You know what I mean." She stared down at the trash. "You should go. There's no more bottles to break." Trey grinned, the red light of his phone blinking behind him. A 1-second firework. "You really think that's why I keep coming to my dad's lame poker nights? To play with some bottles?" he asked, his eyes locking on Nola as he stepped toward her. Before she knew what was happening, he was kissing her. He smelled like werewolf and tasted like Pabst Blue Ribbon, but as he put his mouth on hers, my God, everything trembled and she was weightless, floating up, her feet leaving the ground. The instant he touched her, she was tempted to push him away. It was instinct, but she didn't. Why say no to something that felt this good? He pulled her close, and she could feel his stiffness pressing into her. Her hand reached down, another instinct to feel it. His fingers skated along the waistband of her jeans, setting her on fire. That was it. They were all over each other within seconds. She undoing the belt on his jeans, he undoing hers, the rush of hormones overwhelming. Still kissing, they stumbled together toward a nearby folding lounge chair. They were moving so fast, still off balance, they fell to the ground. She landed on her back, his full weight on top of her. Taking breath, he pulled away, his face lit by the moon. She could see his bones moving under his skin. His iced tea eyes curved into a grin. "You sure? You don't have to," he asked with a glance. Nola froze. Years later, she'd replay this moment, knowing that this was the very last time Trey would ever speak to her. But on this night, as a teenage girl, all she kept thinking was how he tasted, and how good it felt, and how great it was to have someone look at you like that, with care and real affection, rather than anger and disgust. Royale would kill her just for kissing him. And really, in those picoseconds when rash decisions get made, it was that thought that first motivated her. She had no deep attachment to Trey. She barely knew him. Yet as he kissed her again, his one hand gripping the back of her head, the other sliding into her jeans, skating against the edge of her panties, she wasn't thinking of Royale at all. He was gone for once, banished from existence. All that was left was this boy with the warmest eyes she'd ever seen, staring at her, staring through her, like she was revealed, and he was mesmerized by what he saw. Nola didn't want much in life, but right now, she wanted this. Do it, Nola said with a nod as Trey lowered his jeans. She closed her eyes and tugged down her own jeans. Today, Nola would say the details were lost to her, but back then, even with her eyes shut, she couldn't avoid the beer on his breath. She thought she hated that smell, but right now, as he entered her, as weightlessness again lifted her out of her body, there was no sweeter smell or taste in the entire universe. She opened her eyes to make sure it was real and spotted Trey staring down at her, his reassuring gaze promising she was safe. At that, she closed her eyes, finally able to... Boy, what the hell are you? Nola? A voice interrupted. Trey jumped. No. He was yanked, flying sideways, off balance. Get off her! Royale exploded, tugging the back of Trey's shirt, choking him as Trey scrambled to pull up his pants. Nola did the same, still on the ground. Get out of here! She screamed. She wasn't talking to Royale. She was warning Trey. She was all over me, Trey lied, climbing to his feet. Royale started to yell something, but instead buried a punch into Trey's stomach, then his face, blood bursting from Trey's nose. That's my girl, Royale exploded. Trey was stumbling now, covering his face, just trying to run! Nola shouted as Trey took off, scurrying through the overgrown grass, hopping the fence into the neighbor's backyard. That's my girl, Royale bellowed, spit flying from his lips, his nostrils flaring, throwing one last punch in the air. His face was purple, the web of veins swelling below his eyes. 6 feet away, Nola was still on the ground, near the flattened beer can. She was watching Trey run, watching the rage on Royale's face, watching him turn his attention toward her, and cursing herself for being so damn stupid, thinking she could actually have something good. Chapter 95. Fair Winds, Pennsylvania. Today. Camera World. That was the store Charmaine forgot. Mr. T, she shouted through the phone at Camera World owner John Tang, a tall, handsome Asian man who used to wear his hair in a long ponytail. You know you can call me John. John, of course. Sorry. How are you? Charmaine asked, suddenly wondering if calling him Mr. T had been racist or just annoying. Terry Ainsley sends her love, by the way. She told me, he said, already sounding exhausted, and also told me what you'd be calling about. Back in the day, or at least in the days of real cameras, Charmaine and Zig had brought their undeveloped film to Camera World. They bought their original camcorder there. Most important, Camera World was the place that transferred their old videos, their wedding to tons of birthday parties, from the camera's videotape to DVD. You're wondering if I converted any videotapes for superstars, if I might have one for your daughter, Maggie. If I might have one for one of Maggie. Mr. Tang continued, his voice now calm, serene. You know we closed the store years ago. I know, but I figured if you kept backups. We never made backups. We'd never have the space to store them all. Plus, a client's footage belongs only to the client, so no, I don't have tapes of your daughter. I'm sorry. Curling forward in her seat, elbows on her knees, Charmaine realized that was it. She'd hit the last dead end of all the dead ends. I appreciate the time, she was about to say. Of course, if you contacted the client directly... What client? Superstars, he said. They were clients for years. Hold on, Charmaine blurted. popping out of her seat. You're saying you don't have the footage, but Gloria Cash was the Superstar's owner. She'd record her videos, then bring a box of tapes over every Friday so we could transfer them to a DVD. But I spoke to Gloria's daughter. She said she checked all the videotapes. I'm sure she did, but there's a reason people record over old videotapes. You can reuse them once you convert them to a more stable medium, Mr. Tang explained. So if I call her back, it might be possible that, in addition to videotapes, she might also have some DVDs? I'd certainly say it's worth a call, don't you think, Mrs. Zagorowski? Chapter 96. The first shot hit Roddy in the stomach. Sig had seen it before, with Afghan snipers targeting American troops. Instead of going for the kill shot, they'd aim for the knees or, more often, the belly, knowing it's usually a non-lethal hit, but also knowing exactly what happens when stomach acid and bile leak into the abdominal cavity. The pain is unbearable. "Roddy, get down!" Sig shouted, though Roddy didn't hear it. He was still in shock, blinking, standing there, staring down at the bloody wound blooming red from his stomach. As the Reds entered the room, the color leaked from Roddy's face. His legs started to buckle, but he was on his feet. Good sign, minimum blood loss, though he didn't realize he was still holding onto the handcuffs, still holding Elijah in place. With his free hand, Roddy reached for his own gun. Across the room, Reagan pulled the trigger again. The bullet burrowed into Roddy's forearm. A jolt of electricity ran to his elbow. Broken ulna, though it was nothing compared to the blazing flame that was now ignited in his stomach. As pain set in, he fought to stay on his feet, holding tight to the handcuffs, pulling Elijah closer, like a shield. "Don't shoot! Don't shoot!" Elijah pleaded, trying to duck down, hands still cuffed behind his back. Reagan marched forward, her gun still trained on Roddy. Seabass was in lockstep behind her, the two of them moving as a single unit, weaving methodically through the pallets of push packages. In truth, Seabass's coloring was worse than Roddy's, but adrenaline kicked in quickly, and so did his training. As Reagan went right, Seabass swept left, aiming his gun at Zig and scanning the wider part of the room. The gauze still covered most of his cheek, but his bloody mouthguard looked shiny between his lips. A macabre smile, like he was enjoying himself. "Roddy, I never take pleasure in someone's pain," Reagan warned. "But I have to say, I am looking forward to making an exception." Without warning, Reagan's eyes slid sideways, and she aimed her gun at Zig. Seabass aimed his directly at Roddy's face, his finger gripping the trigger. That was their deal. Seabass gets the kill shot. "Don't shoot! Don't shoot!" Elijah begged, still ducking down. Roddy pulled Elijah closer, using him as a shield. Next to them, Zig had his hands in the air, trying to process it all. Time skidded to a halt, making it feel like everyone was underwater. Elijah was still in mid-yell as Zig glanced back to the reception area, like he was waiting for someone else to enter. But no one was coming. "Do not shoot! Do not!" Elijah yelled, still bent over, his body contorted. "I can help. I can. I know where the money is." Seabass stopped, throwing a look at his partner. Reagan's eyes narrowed. "What money?" Chapter 97. "How much?" 22, Elijah said. "As in million?" You have $22 million? Reagan asked. Not on me, but, well, yeah, Elijah said, trying to stall, trying to keep them talking, his wrists still cuffed as Reagan held the gun in his back, forcing them deeper into the warehouse. Behind them, Sig and Roddy had their hands in the air, Seabass motioning to keep them up. It was Roddy who was moving slowly, his face ashen, lowering one arm to hold his bleeding stomach. Still, he was on his feet, alert, not disoriented. Good sign, Sig thought. No major blood vessels penetrated. He needs to rest, or at least sit, Sig said, though all it got them was another shove from behind. Where's the money now? Reagan asked. Elijah shook his head, eyeing yet another warehouse camera. Not here. On their left, they passed an aisle filled with pallets of thermal burn creams and antimicrobial agents to be used on survivors of radiological or nuclear attacks. On their right was an aisle stocked with medical instruments, hacksaws, and rongers to file down bones during amputations, as well as stacked containers of sterile bred maggots to debride necrotic tissue and treat gangrene. At least get him some water, Zig added, though it got drowned out by the loud mechanical hum that filled the air. It sounded like an engine, though Zig knew the source as he eyed the metal door dead ahead. An orange and black warning sign read, Biohazard. No food or drink to be stored in freezer. The original scene of the crime, Elijah said, motioning to the metal latch. Reagan gave it a tug, and a cloud of cold air wafted through the plastic slats. 5 years ago, this was where arms dealer Salty and his daughter were reunited and ruthlessly murdered, their $22 million stolen. The meeting was here because it was the only place in Grandma's pantry without cameras. It was no different today. Everybody in, Reagan said, shoving Elijah through the slats, then grabbing Zig and doing the same. She was careful to hold him at arm's length, never let anyone get close enough to whip their head back in a headbutt. You do realize she's going to slit your throat no matter what, Zig warned Elijah as they stumbled inside. Roddy right behind him, a cold frost biting them in the face. The freezer was big, the size of half a dozen lanes at a bowling alley, with bright white walls and a matching resin floor, giving it the feel of a high-tech lab. It was divided into 3 aisles, all of them lined with padlocked metal cages, holding lots of vaccines for everything from chicken pox to Ebola to yellow fever. Along the back wall, a maze of blue pipes squiggled toward a massive fan, the cooling system for the freezer, and the source of the loud hum that was now a steady roar. Stay, Reagan warned, disappearing up the freezer's far right aisle, scanning the room to make sure they were alone. Elijah, you hear me? Sig whispered, puffs of cold air rolling from his lips. His ears already hurt from the cold. A digital thermometer on the wall read 3 degrees Fahrenheit. No matter what, she will kill you. That's what I would do, Roddy agreed, bent forward, eyes clamped in pain. You'd be surprised what people overlook when you give them money, Elijah shot back. I can hear you, Reagan shouted from the aisle. Is that what you did with Mint? You gave him money? Sig asked. He somehow figured out you were the one who stole the $22 million. And then you what? You started paying him hush money to keep him quiet? Or better yet, he started asking for even more. And that's why you hired Zion to put a bullet in him. How many bad TV shows did you have to watch to put together those sentences? I know you want to see me as a murderer. You just shot 2 people, Sig shouted. And I'll have to live with that. But you know what I'll never lose sleep over? Salty Trebbiano's dirty money. The man was a Nazi. I don't have a single regret taking it. You judge me all you want, but back at the bar, what I told you was the truth. I am not the scumbag in this story, and neither is Archie Mint. Whatever else happened, even his affair, Archie always had my back. I'd never hurt him. I wasn't sending him payoffs, and I certainly wouldn't lay a hand or hire anyone to hurt him or Rashida. Roddy looked up, confused. Zig was just as lost. It was their one immutable fact. Zion was the one who pulled the trigger. But if the Reds didn't hire him, and Elijah didn't hire him, who the hell killed Mint? Roddy asked. Chapter 98. Nola held her gun with both hands, low, ready like a golf club, as she elbowed open the door. Inside, the entryway was dark. Her eyes were still adjusting as the smell hit her. Fresh flowers. No surprise, though people would probably be less inclined to send them if they knew that flowers first became popular at funerals because they helped to mask the stench of decomposition. On her left, Nola eyed a DIY umbrella stand made from cinder blocks stacked sideways, 3 tall umbrellas tucked into the holes. She rolled her eyes, blaming HGTV. Same for the cherry floors. By now, Zig and Roddy would be at Grandma's pantry. In truth, Nola was planning to head there too. As Vest had told her when she was leaving his office, that's where the evidence pointed, or at least the evidence for the missing $22 million. But from the moment this started, Nola never cared about the money. She cared about who killed Mint. For days now, she'd been winding her way through the maze, checking for new paths, trying to figure out why someone sitting on $22 million would hire a small-time scrub like Zion Lopez. But it was time to admit she'd been looking at it wrong. Maybe the reason you hire Zion is because you don't have millions. So who'd that leave? In her mind's eye, it went back to that photo from Zion's phone of Mint and Rashida, wide smiles on their faces as they leaned close at the fancy restaurant. That wasn't an old photo. It was a recent one that Vess, the Reds, and Zion, everyone had a copy. Clearly, it was an important photo, yet no one had stopped to ask who would want it taken in the first place. As she approached the living room, Nola glanced at the built-in bookcases stocked with kids' DVDs and far too many Tom Hanks movies. But what she noticed most of all was the silhouette of the thin woman sitting there, ankles crossed and with perfect military posture, on the chocolate brown leather sectional. Mint's wife, Tessa, raised her gun. Just so we're clear, Nola, when you break into my house, you realize I can shoot you. Chapter 99. I'm not saying word one until you take the cuffs off. Reagan didn't bother to reply. Heading down the middle aisle, she was still scanning the freezer. Middle clear, she called to Seabass. Left clear, Seabass motioned to her, joining her from the left aisle, looking worse than before, though the hostile cold reddened his nose and cheeks, pushing color back to his face. You hear what I said? Elijah called out, his hand still cuffed behind his back. They heard him. Elijah, they will kill you. They'll kill us all, Zig warned, blowing into his hands to stay warm. Elijah? That's your name? Reagan asked, heading toward Elijah in the corner with Zig and Roddy. I'm trying to save you from an awful day, Elijah. So I'm asking this once. Where's the 22 million? Elijah didn't answer. Reagan rolled her eyes, throwing a look at Seabass. Picking up speed as he left the aisle, Seabass aimed his gun at the side of Elijah's head. He's going to shoot your ear off, Reagan explained, like she was offering coffee. Then I'll ask you the same question again, and if I don't get the answer I want, Reagan never got to finish the thought. When the autopsy was done, they'd say Seabass had an ischemic stroke brought on by an arterial embolism from a bullet fragment that rode his carotid artery and caused a blood clot in his brain. But right now, his only hint was his left eyelid starting to droop, making it harder to see. Your boy don't look so good, Roddy said, Seabass already off balance, stumbling sideways, bumping into one of the metal cages, which rattled as he hit it. He was still trying to stay on his feet as momentum took hold. Debbie? Reagan whispered. Seabass's arm went numb. His eyes rolled back in his head. He was in free fall now, like some oversized opponent in a Rocky movie, heading face first toward the canvas. Sebby! Seabass hit, forehead first, with a sickening crunch that broke his nose and knocked out his mouth guard. Ribbons of blood sprayed across the white floor. But the only thing that Zig, that Roddy, that all of them were paying attention to was his gun, Roddy shouted. The pistol skittered across the floor, not far from Seabass's face-down body. Zig and Roddy both dove for it. Don't, Reagan warned, turning toward them, raising her own gun. Zig and Roddy were already in mid-leap, arms outstretched, like they were both diving for an out-of-bounds ball as they reached for the gun. Roddy got his hand on it first. It was like grabbing a frozen pipe, his palm still covered in the blood from where he'd been holding his stomach. He made the gun slippery as he grabbed the barrel, then the grip, fighting to right it. He was still on the ground. The wound in his gut was on fire as he climbed to his feet. His hand wouldn't stop shaking. He lifted the gun and pointed it toward Zig's face. I knew it. Told you he was nuts, Elijah said. Roddy, what are you doing? Zig asked. Roddy didn't answer, his hand shaking more than ever. Roddy, please. Whatever you think this will get you. Roddy squeezed the trigger. Zig closed his eyes. As the shot exploded, his final thought wasn't of his daughter. It was of Charmaine, his ex-wife. Not on their wedding day or in some gauzy old memory. How she looked now, seasoned by life. The crow's feet, the 11s, all of it. God, she was beautiful. The shot was a deafening crack, reverberating off the metal walls. To his surprise, Zig felt nothing. He opened his eyes, looking down, patting his own chest. It took him a moment to realize he hadn't been hit. Instead, the bullet... Zig glanced over his shoulder. Roddy was... He was aiming at something. No, someone. Behind Zig, Reagan was standing there, head tilted, a look of puzzlement on her face. She was holding her own neck, like she'd slapped a mosquito, blood seeping through her fingers. Roddy had shot her in the throat. She was still in shock, trying to breathe, though all she could muster was a hollow wheeze, the sucking sound from an empty drain. "I'm going to shoot your boyfriend next," Roddy said, aiming the gun at Reagan's chest and again pulling the... Roddy never saw the massive forearm coming. Seabass was still on the ground as he swiped at Roddy's ankles, knocking his legs out from under him. As Roddy crashed to the floor, Seabass was all over him, flush with rage and adrenaline, swinging wildly, his meaty paw knocking the gun from Roddy's hands. "Don't touch her!" Seabass yelled in his head. Though nothing came out, he was white as bone, his lips blue, his vision a blur, yet as he climbed onto Roddy's chest, he still knew how to do damage. Bunching his fingers like a spear, he stabbed wildly at Roddy's belly, searching for there. He jammed his fingertips into Roddy's bloody wound. Roddy screamed, making a sound like a dog hit by a car. "Get off him!" Zig yelled, tackling Seabass from the side. It was enough to knock Seabass off Roddy. That was all they needed. Using momentum to his advantage, Roddy scrambled onto Seabass's chest, pressing his forearm like a baton into Seabass's neck and pinning him to the ground. From there, it didn't take much. Seabass was coughing, puffs of white filling the air, craning his neck in every direction. They thought he was trying to escape, but really, he was just trying to check on the only thing he actually cared about, Reagan. In 2 seconds it was over, his eyes rolling backward, his head hitting the floor. Roddy was still sitting on his chest, cradling his own stomach as he tried to catch his breath. "Her! Don't forget her!" Elijah shouted, still handcuffed, lying on his side by the door. Zig turned, searching for Reagan. She was gone. Though along the white floor, a trail of blood ran up the far right aisle. "Take the gun. She dropped her gun," Elijah said. "When you find her, you can..." "Elijah, shut your face or I'm going to shoot you too," Zig said, grabbing the gun, its grip burning from the cold. "Mr. Zig, I don't think she's breathing." "Mr. Zig, I don't think he's breathing," Roddy called out, still huffing as he pointed at Seabass. Zig nodded. He already knew it from Seabass's great coloring. Picking up speed, he held the trigger on the gun and disappeared up the aisle. She wasn't far. One down. One to go. Chapter 100. "I want you out of here," Tessa warned. Nola didn't move. In a blink, Tessa was on her feet, racking the slide of her gun and chambering around. Nola made a note, especially about her shooting posture. Two-handed weaver stance, like a boxer, toes forward, elbows unlocked, to allow for a better pivot toward her blind side. Well trained, unafraid, and strong enough to handle the kick from that Glock 22. But she wasn't driving her shoulder toward the gun. Definitely rusty. "I said, get out of my house," Tessa growled, a few strands of chestnut hair sliding down from her otherwise faultless bun. Nola just stood there, keeping her own gun at low ready. Minimize confrontation. On the far wall was a framed antique Buccaneer revolver. On the bookshelf was a fat 105mm shell from a gunship that had been sawed off and turned into a beer mug. Otherwise, from what Nola could tell, no other hints of the Mint's military life. No unit plaques or framed barretts. No shadow boxes with awards or medals. Instead, every frame in the room, on the glass coffee table, on an end table next to the sofa, on at least 4 of the bookshelves, contained family shots, smiling variations of Mint and Tessa with their kids, at Little League games, hiking at Arches National Park in Utah, swimming and laughing with a giant inflatable dragon, and a junior high graduation. In one was a shot of Tessa holding a blue umbrella with clouds printed on it, her arms wrapped around Mint, him kissing her as she smiled like a chewing gum commercial. The affair, Nola said. That's why you did this. You found out he and Rashida got back together. Gun on the floor now, Tessa growled. She sounded unshakable, but her eyes were dancing back and forth, dark circles like craters. No question, lack of sleep. Every few seconds, her lips parted, her mouth slightly open as her face got red. She was holding her breath, panicking, trying to get control. You were the one I saw in Black House. That was you with Zion, Nola said, tucking her gun into the back of her waistband. This was never about money. Never about that night at Grandma's pantry. It was solely about Rashida. I said, put the pistol on the floor, Tessa barked. You were using Mint's account. Is that how you found out he and Rashida were? Don't say her name in this house, Tessa warned, her finger on the trigger. For sure, Rusty. Something worse. Army training teaches you. Don't touch the trigger unless you're willing to pull it. Mrs. Mint, I'm not your enemy. Why didn't you leave it alone? You could have just left it. Mom, everything okay? A soft voice asked. Anola's right. A 12-year-old girl with a messy bird's nest of black hair and scabby knees and elbows stood there in the hallway. The daughter, Violet. Vivi, Mom's talking. Go back to your room, Tessa said, quickly hiding her gun behind her back. Nola did the same, angling her body, trying to look like whatever casual looked like. The problem was, Violet had her mother's instincts. Who's she? The little girl asked, pointing at Nola. One of my friends. Go back to your room. Why do you have Daddy's gun? It's my gun. I told you, we're friends. I'm showing it to her. She's thinking about buying one, Tessa insisted, adding that mom tone that says, I promise we're fine. I was just about to show her Dad's guns in the garage. Isn't that right, Nola? Nola turned, but didn't answer. At just the sight of young Violet, Nola felt something standing behind her, something old and forgotten. For half a second, she didn't recognize it, and then, like a remembered dream, it was clear as day. In life, we're taught that old wounds are the deepest wounds. But Nola knew the deepest wounds are the ones you cause in someone else, especially in someone young. Sure, the garage. We were going to the garage, Nola said, heading up the hallway, Tessa unsuddenly pointing the gun. Tessa unsuddenly pointing with her gun. Violet watched as they both made their way to the garage. The girl's dark eyes searched you, frisked you. Nola liked that about her. Mom, you need me to call the cops? I'm fine, Vivi. I'd tell you if I wasn't. No, you wouldn't, Violet said with a preteen shrug, disappearing around the corner and heading back to her own room. On the opposite side of the house, Tessa asked, You like kids? I don't, Nola said. You seem like them enough to spare her a confrontation. I appreciate that, Tessa said, her voice still fake cheery as she stepped close to the Nola and swiped her pistol from her waistband. She wasn't nearly as rusty as Nola thought. Passing the kitchen on their right, Nola eyed the outdated glossy marble countertops and dark cherry cabinets, realizing just how long it had been since she'd been in a suburban home. On the kitchen table was a glass bowl of truly perfect green pears, like something out of a magazine. But the way they shone, plastic, all for show. Door should be open, Tessa said, motioning for Nola to give the knob a twist. The door swung wide, revealing a messy garage, centered around an abandoned workbench that was buried under computer boxes and air conditioning filters. On the left was a spare freezer. On the right, 4 bicycles, including a pink one that was covered in Pokemon stickers. On the ceiling, Nola spotted a yellow-brown stain, the color of a bruise and the size of an amoeba-shaped pizza. Roof leak. Let it fester and take the whole house down. You think I don't know who you are? The painter from Grandma's pantry, Tessa said, calmer now, more in control, as if seeing her daughter reminded her what she was fighting for. It was a bad sign. She pointed her gun at Nola's chest. OJ told me you were at the funeral. That all those years ago, you were one of Archie's investigators, she added, her voice cracking as she said Mint's name. He's the one who sent you, isn't he? OJ put you on this case. OJ? Ma'am, listen to me. Were you sleeping with my husband too? Is that why you won't leave this alone? Ma'am, I wouldn't do that. What happened to your husband was a tragedy, but your role in it... Nola took a breath. I don't think you meant to kill him. Tessa froze, tears pushing out from behind her eyes. You don't know anything about us. I know he and Rashida... I told you don't say her name in this house. What that woman did to us, what she cost us, I loved that man for over 2 decades. That's why you hired Zion, isn't it? To get the man back. It was a robbery. Didn't you see the police report? You paid Zion to hide in your house, to put the scare in Colonel Mint when he came home from the steakhouse. Now you're just inventing theories. Look at the police report. Tessa kept raising her voice, still holding the gun, still pointing it at Nola's chest. But the words she was saying, they sounded stilted, like they were memorized or scripted. Right there, Nola's eyes narrowed. Ma'am, I need you to answer this. After Colonel Mint was killed, why'd you log back into Black House for that meeting with Zion? You're a smart woman. You had to know people might be watching. Tessa stood there a moment, digesting the question. Between her eyebrows, a tiny microwinkle appeared, then was gone just as quick. To the untrained eye, it looked like anger. It wasn't. It was confusion. Do you even know what meeting I'm talking about? Nola asked. And do you have any idea what my family's been through? What you're putting us through? Tessa challenged. You weren't at that meeting, were you, ma'am? That wasn't you I saw in Black House, Nola said, glancing over Mint's workbench, at the pile of boxes, at the discarded bicycles, all of it chaos. It made no sense. Back when Nola logged into Mint's Black House account, there were 2 people here. 2 people there. According to Zion's computer, one was definitely Zion. So who was the other? On the ride here, Nola had been convinced it was Tessa. She certainly had the most to gain. By hiring Zion to hide in the house and put some fear into her husband, she'd scare Mint away from Rashida and send him running back to his family. A desperate plan for sure, but isn't that what people do when they're about to see the core of their family torn in half? Still, if Tessa wasn't in Black House, if she wasn't the one who did this, who else would possibly benefit from? Mom, you all right? The door in the corner flew open, revealing a lanky 17-year-old with a long curved neck and cropped blonde hair, just like his dad. He said there was some woman asking questions about... Huck froze, spotting Nola. Huck, don't say a word, Tessa warned. Mom, what's going on? Is she... Don't say a word, Tessa roared. Of course, Nola muttered, not even realizing she said the words out loud. She just stood there, staring at Mint Sun. Chapter 101. Zig had no trouble finding her. Reagan, it's over. She didn't hear him. The churn of the fan was deafening. Vroom, vroom, vroom. There was no missing her, though. At the far end of the aisle, in the corner of the freezer, she was down on the floor, shivering, hugging the maze of blue pipes along the back wall, like they were the only thing holding her up. From the wound in her neck, a thin stream of blood ran down her arm, dripping from her elbow, dotting the white floor. "He's dead, isn't he?" Reagan called out as Zig approached. She was asking about sea bass. Zig didn't reply. As he got closer, a pungent smell of cleaning products hit him in the face. "I need to know if he's dead," she demanded, still not facing him. Zig had presided over enough funerals to know silence wasn't an easier answer. "We were supposed to be in Brussels next week. For some reason, he thought Brussels would be nice," Reagan explained, the fan still churning. Vum, vum, vum. "I told him we'd go after this." Zig could only see her from behind, her body shaking, quivering. He couldn't tell if it was from the cold or her wound. Puffs of clouds left her lips. The way her body was curled, down on her knees, it looked like she was praying or crying. She wasn't doing either. "Reagan, put your hands in the air," Zig said, his gun out, pointed straight at her. She didn't reply. Hunched over, she was still hugging the thickest of the blue pipes that squiggled toward the industrial fan, the freezer's cooling system. "Reagan, I need to see your hands." She was panting now, her body moving side to side like she was rocking an imaginary baby, matching the rhythm of the fan. Vum, vum, vum. It was so loud. The cleaning smelled so bad. Zig could barely think. "It's over, Reagan. I know you know that." Vum, vum, vum. "The fact you're still breathing, that means it didn't nick your carotid," Zig added, only a few feet away. "They'd stitch up your neck and—" Zig froze, finally placing the smell. Reagan's back was still to him, her body still moving, but not from the cold or her wound. Her hands moved side to side, faster and faster, like she was panning for gold. She was gripping her thin metal camping tool, its rings around each of her middle fingers, as she sawed back and forth. Zzz, zzz, zzz. Its sharp teeth sliced into the length of the blue pipe. Zig glanced upward, following the maze of pipes toward the humming fan, where a yellow and black triangle with a skull and crossbones confirmed the smell. Danger. Ammonia. Mother trucker. Back at Dover, the morgue had the same industrial cooling system. In storage facilities all across the country, ammonia was favored as a cheap and environmentally friendly refrigerant with excellent heat transferring properties. But as every business was warned, when a big enough leak was combined with oxygen in the air, it'd create a chemical reaction, an explosive ammonia blast, capable of leveling an entire building. It reminded Zig of a few years back when an ammonia leak at a U.S. base in Kuwait ignited and took out the equivalent of a city block. Temperatures got so hot it melted soldiers' skin from their bones, killing anyone who was close enough to... "Reagan, if that ignites..." Reagan looked over her shoulder, her gaze locked on Zig, with more than just larceny. with more than just larceny in her eyes. She glanced at the opposite end of the aisle, where Seabass's crooked legs hadn't moved in minutes. Zig, Roddy, they had no idea what they took from her. She started to speak. A leak of air crawled from her throat. I will be your death, she told him, tugging the soft bastard, the leak growing larger. Reagan, don't! She continued sawing the pipe. Zzz, 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 in perfect sync with the fan. The cylinder was already slit, ammonia gas filling the freezer. Sig thought about shooting her, but it was no different from the metal saw in the metal pipe. All she needed was a spark. Roddy, we need to get out of here, Sig shouted, already running. Up the aisle, Roddy turned, holding the wound in his belly. Mr. Zig, is everything? Behind Zig, Reagan sat there, hunched over, determined, as she sawed the pipe. Zzz, zzz, zzz. Go, get out! Zig shouted, picking up speed, grabbing Roddy by the shoulder and spinning him around. Both of them now running toward the red exit sign. Elijah, up! Let's go! Ammonia! I knew I smelled ammonia, Elijah said, crinkling his nose, scrambling, trying to get to his knees, his hands still cuffed behind his back. Get up! Go! Get out! Sig yelled, pushing Roddy toward the door and helping Elijah to his feet. Even with the fan, there was no missing the sound of her sawing. Zzz, zzz, zzz. You should have shot her in the head, Elijah said. With a shove, Roddy hit the latch, pushing the freezer door open. Warm air slapped his face as he burst through the plastic slats. Elijah and Zig were close behind, but as they were about to reach the door, Zig glanced back at Seabass's body, his legs askew, his face gray, his jaw sagging open as foamy red bile leaked from his ears and nose, canals that always flooded during a hemorrhage. Around his neck was a beaded chain, dog tags, someone who'd served the country. What are you doing? Roddy asked from outside the slats. Zig grabbed Seabass by the wrists, tugging him toward the door. He's still someone's child, someone's world. He's gone. Let's go, Roddy yelled. Zig didn't care, now remembering how much modeling clay it took to rebuild the melted faces of the fallen soldiers from Kuwait so their parents could see their sons and daughters one last time. With a tug, Zig pulled him to the door. Seabass had served, too. Moving him would only take an extra second. In no time, Zig was through the slats, Seabass's body thumping down the threshold, sliding across the warehouse's polished concrete floor. The change in temperature brought a puddle of sweat across Zig's face. Mr. Zig, we need to go! Zig glanced back toward the freezer. Roddy was right. They needed to go. Even out here, the ammonia smell was worse than ever. But the thought of Reagan inside, if the ammonia exploded, she'd take out the whole building, maybe the whole block, plus all the supplies that helped so many, and Zig and his crew too. From where they were at the back of the warehouse, they'd never make it out in time. But if he could stop her... Mr. Zig, this is not the time to do something stupid. Roddy was right about that too. But for 2 years now, since the day he left Dover, Zig had been working hard to show respect for the dead, and also for the living. If he was fast enough, he could save them all. Mr. Zig, do not! Too late. Darting back into the freezer, Zig disappeared through the plastic slats. The smell hit him first. It was overwhelming, his face contorting at the ammonia. He put his nose into the crook of his elbow as he ran. Reagan! He yelled, sprinting up the right-hand aisle. She was exactly where he'd left her, by the pipes in the corner, still tugging on the camping saw. Zzz, zzz, zzz. Her hands shifted back and forth, but she was moving slower now, at half speed. The wound in her neck, she was losing blood. Reagan, enough! Let's go! Zig said, grabbing at her arm. She ducked out of his reach, hitting him with a dark glare. Her skin was sallow, an unhealthy yellow, but what caught him off guard was the inferno in her eyes. This is your suicide, you just don't know it yet. Turning back to the pipe, She continued to saw. Zig reached out again. In a blur, she spun around, her left hand letting go of the saw, her right hand wielding it like a metal whip, slicing a bloody slash across Zig's forearm. It was a brutal hit, but as she wound up again, it left her exposed. Zig plowed forward, tackling her, colliding chest to chest and never slowing down. Wrapping his arms around her, he lifted her off her feet, hiking her over his shoulder in a fireman's carry. So far, so good. Keep everyone safe. Get off! She growled, thrashing, pounding at his back as he ran, the thin metal saw waving behind them like a flag. Reagan was still holding the saw with her right hand, fighting to grab the other side with her left. Zig was moving too fast, barreling up the aisle, past the... Reagan's eyes narrowed when she saw it. The vaccine cages that lined each aisle. They had metal doors. With a slash of her arm, she sent the saw whipping outward. If the saw's steel teeth hit the metal just right, a spark would... Reagan, no! Zig shouted, jerking his shoulder to keep her off balance. She lashed out again, and again the saw flailed, never quite landing. She wound up again. Zig was almost at the door. The ammonia smell was rancid, his eyes tearing, blurring everything in front of him. Just a few more steps. Get her outside. Reagan jerked her arm, pounding down with one final shot. The flexible saw rat-tailed toward the cage, its metal teeth catching, taking a bite. And then... nothing. Thank God. Zig was moving full speed, his head down as he rammed through the plastic slats. They parted around him, around Reagan, warm air waiting for them as they re-entered the warehouse, where... boom! The explosion was a lightning bolt. Zig saw it in his peripheral vision, felt it as the floor began to vibrate. Before he could even process what was happening, the heat shoved him from behind, pushing him, lighting his back ablaze, a firestorm of tendrils engulfing him and Reagan. He tried screaming, but it was like being in outer space. I'm on fire. That was Zig's final thought as his feet left the ground and the world went black. Chapter 102. Huck, get out of here, Tessa yelled at her son. Her gun still on Nola, her finger tightening around the trigger. I saw you in Black House. That was you, Nola said, still locked on Huck as the walls of the maze came crumbling down. When a cheating husband returns to his family, his wife isn't the only one who benefits. His kids benefit, too. You found your dad's Black House account. You saw his texts that he was seeing Rashida. Then you started using that account. You knew how private it was. You were the one who hired Zion. Huck shook his head over and over. He had the same open face, the same ice blue eyes as his dad. He was taller, though, thinner, with bony arms like a scarecrow. Swaying in place, he kept running his hands over the lines of his own throat, like he was choking himself. Scared. No, something worse. I was trying to help. This wasn't... Zion was supposed to scare him. No one was supposed to get hurt. Huck, shut your mouth. I was trying to help. You have to believe me. I just wanted to help. Huck! Tessa screamed. That last meeting in Black House, when you saw us, I told Zion I was turning him in. He killed my dad. I believe you, Nola said flatly. It's over, though. No, 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 no. He's just a kid. He doesn't know what he... Tessa cut herself off, still holding her pistol with two hands. You can't prove he did anything. Ma'am, it's over. I need the gun, Nola said, stepping toward her, arm outstretched. Don't, Tessa warned. I swear on my life, I will shoot you. You won't. You would have done it already. It's over, ma'am. I need your weapon, Nola said, taking another step forward. Mom, give her the gun. It's okay, Huck said. I'll be okay. No, please, please, Nola. Blame it on me. It was me, Tessa cried, blinking away tears, her whole body starting to shake as fear became panic. I'll show you. I can prove it. Man, you can't. Don't tell me what I can do! Tessa exploded, snot running from her nose, her body teetering, coiling forward like there was a black hole in her chest, about to collapse in upon itself. You tell them what I said. You tell everyone it was me. Nola moved closer, extending her hand toward the gun. Why aren't you listening? It was me, Tessa insisted, her eyes darting back and forth. Her face was blank, like she was no longer in there. Nola froze. She'd seen that look on other soldiers, including one who, in full panic, put their gun to their own head. Since the moment Nola arrived, she didn't think Tessa would pull the trigger. Now she wasn't sure. Mom, what are you doing? Huck asked. Protecting you. That's my job. Tessa's hands were shaking, vibrating as she pointed the gun at Nola's chest. Center mass, just like she was trained. Mrs. Mint, I'm not your enemy, Nola said, raising her hands. Say the words, Tessa warned. Say, it was me. Mom, please. Say, it was me. This is on you now, Tessa said, still locked on Nola. Mom, put the gun down. Ma'am, a voice called out. A new voice. Tessa spun toward the source, behind her by the door. Wag stood there on the threshold, her palms open, facing them. Nola's first thought was that Wags should have pulled her own gun, but she was trying to de-escalate the situation. It's over, Wags insisted. Tessa shook her head over and over. No, he can still... Ma'am, we're done. The police are on their way, Wags explained. It's done. Your son... Why can't you just say it was me? Tessa pleaded, screaming at Wags, then Nola. She kept looking around at Huck, at the garage, at her husband's old tools, old bikes, at all these abandoned artifacts and from her cratered life, as if nothing looked familiar. Mom, I'll be okay, Huck promised. You hearing what I said? Put down the gun, Wags insisted. Mucus and tears ran down in a waterfall. The black hole in Tessa's chest starting to swallow her whole. Her gun was still pointed at Nola, but Tessa didn't seem to notice. She was crying, huffing uncontrollably as she fought to catch her breath. Her face was red, approaching purple, and just like that, Tessa's body teetered slightly, then went limp, sagging sideways, unconscious, a psychogenic blackout caused by extreme distress. Mom? As Tessa's knees gave way, her head smacked into the side of the workbench, a dull, awful thud. Huck raced forward, sliding down on his knees and wrapping his arms around his mom. For a half second, he tried holding her up, but she was out cold, her arms ragdolling behind her, a thick gash across her forehead. Huck lowered her carefully onto her back, still holding her, hugging her. Mom, are you okay? I'm here. I'm sorry, he said, pulling her close as the pain woke her up. The blood flowed fast, pulsing from her forehead. She was weeping now, sobbing, covering her face with her forearm so he wouldn't see her tears. Nola's first thought was that she wanted to paint this moment, to see if she could render the pain. "What the hell is going—" "Mom!" a girl's voice shouted. Behind Wags, the young girl burst into the garage, shoving Wags aside as her own tears flooded her eyes. Tessa's daughter, Violet. She scanned the room, looking at her mom, back at Wags, then to Nola. "You!" Violet exploded, locked on Nola. "Mom, I'm sorry," Huck continued, his voice a whisper. "Please, Mom, say something. I need to know you're okay. Please be okay." "What did you do?" Violet demanded, shouting at Nola. "Why would you— You could have left us alone," she screamed. "Why'd you do this?" Chapter 103. Keenly, Pennsylvania, 13 years ago. This was Nola when she was 15. She was trying on shoes, a pair of white Keds that she knew were bootleg for two obvious reasons. First, there was no blue Keds logo at the heel, and second, they were from Royale. "Traded 2 cases of paper for 'em," Royale bragged, as if he'd gotten the better part of the deal. "They're your size." They weren't, but there Nola was in the kitchen, down on one knee, lacing up the Keds, wearing an oversized Phillies sweatshirt, even though it was June and 93 degrees. As she got up from kneeling, the blood rushed to her head and down she went, passing out, tumbling unconscious toward the kitchen floor. "Nola!" Royale shouted, too late to catch her. Her body started to curl as she hit the linoleum. Thankfully, it wasn't a bad fall. Racing to her side, Royale quickly tried to pick her up, yet, as his hand grazed her stomach, what in the— Nola had always been thin, built like a tomboy, but now, her sweatshirt, the way she filled it out— "When'd you get so fat?" Royale asked. Nola stayed quiet, unable to look him in the eye. A pregnancy test later, Royale got his answer. The baby was due 3 months later. This far along, abortion wasn't an option, and as a Catholic, Royale wouldn't have allowed it anyway. Instead, he did the only thing he could think of. He hid it. It actually wasn't that difficult. The summer months meant Nola wasn't in school. As September rolled around, he kept her home. Nola didn't have friends. It wasn't like anyone missed her. For a bit, he considered calling Acne Steve to tell him what his son, Trey, had done. But Steve was still threatening to sue him for punching his boy. Screw them, Royale thought. On September 26, while she was taking out the trash, her water broke. Royale rushed her to the hospital. The fourth question the intake nurse asked was, "Is this pregnancy the result of rape or incest?" "No," Nola said. "Teenagers," Royale clarified, rolling his eyes. 6 hours later, a baby girl was born, with a thick head of black hair and a fair skin like her dad, though her eyes were alert, just like her mother. They immediately put the baby on Nola's chest. "Please, don't. Just take her," Nola begged, trying to look away, trying to not get attached. but already starting to count the baby's eyelashes. There were a few feverish moments where Nola considered keeping it, but the thought of Royale, of putting another child under Royale's care, no, she'd never do that. Back in the hospital room, they gave Nola an adoption binder with family profiles and scrapbook pages. A black social worker named Deandra, who had a smile that was a hug, told her that in Pennsylvania, when you choose adoption, you control your journey, no matter your age. Pick who you like. Sitting there in her hospital bed, staring up at a game show that she didn't know how to turn off, Nola shook her head. She wanted no part of it. Within hours, she tried sneaking out of the maternity ward, then begged the nurses to sign her out early. It was absolute torture to hear other babies crying in the nearby rooms. The hardest part was when they cut off Nola's mother hospital bracelet. The new family, if you want to meet them, they're coming today, 3 p.m., Deandra told Nola. Though again, the only thing Nola cared about was when the discharge papers would be ready. To Nola's own surprise, however, a few minutes after 3, she slipped out of her room and made her way down to the waiting room, assigned to the adopting family. Deandra was already there, waiting in the hallway for Nola, a warm smile on her face. Nola didn't say thank you or ask how Deandra knew that Nola would come. For a minute, the two of them stood there. Finally, Nola asked, "Are they nice?" "Go look." Nola eyed the closed door like it was radioactive. "You don't have to go in, just peek," Deandra added, motioning to the door's tall, rectangular window. Nola took a deep breath and approached slowly, knowing she was making a mistake. "They'll protect her, right?" she asked. Deandra grinned. They're a military family. That's their specialty." With that, Nola pressed her nose toward the thin, vertical window. Inside, a young couple was beaming, both of them hunched over the stainless steel rolling cart with its clear plastic bassinet. Nola couldn't take her eyes off the mom. Short chestnut hair, perfect posture, eyes wide with the possibilities that only a new mother can see. She looked strong as she held their other child, a squirmy 4-year-old boy with a long neck. Since Mom's hands were full, it was Dad who reached down and cradled the baby. He was built like a bulldozer, bursting through his polo shirt, with crisp blue eyes and buzzed blonde hair. Like Captain America, Nola thought. Tears leaking out from her eyes as she stared through the glass window, where young Archie Mint continued to kiss his newly adopted daughter over and over again. "Want to go in?" Deandra asked. Nola shook her head no, telling herself she was finally doing something right. That this was the greatest gift she could ever give, a life away from Royale. It would be this thought of this baby girl that would sit with Nola, a thought so beautiful that even Royale couldn't jaundice it. Blooming over time, this thought would give Nola strength, would whisper to her, telling her to escape, and eventually would help her do just that, convincing her to run as far as she could. On that night a year from now, when she'd finally fight back, leaving Royale unconscious, leaving him behind, running out of his life, and heading for her teacher's house, a place of safety. In the years that followed, Nola would Google the girl's name at least once a year, never quite sure what she was looking for. A few times, usually on birthdays, she'd be tempted to drive by her school, or even her home. Every birth mom wondered how her child was doing with their adoptive family. But when it came to Archie Mint, Nola wouldn't see him again in person until that night of the break-in at Grandma's pantry. After she got the job as artist in residence, Nola would spend every morning going over the nightly blotter reports from military bases and government facilities. Combing through them, she'd pick the most interesting one and race to paint it. It was the best benefit of the job. She got to choose where she went. Usually, a 7C1, a simple burglary, wouldn't catch her attention. But when she looked at the report and spotted Mint's name as one of the investigators, what else was Nola supposed to do? This was her chance. For so long, she didn't want to pry, didn't want to disrupt her little girl's world. But now, she had a chance to see her, or at least see Mint, up close. At the very least, she'd get to meet the man who was raising her daughter. She double-checked the location, barely 2 hours away. How could she not check it out? Just to get even the smallest piece of info about the little girl she'd left behind. On that day, it wasn't dumb luck that brought Nola to Grandma's pantry. It was something far more personal. Back when she was enlisted, Army psychiatrists would say that Sergeant First Class Nola Brown was incapable of forming attachments, incapable of loving herself or anyone else because of early neglect. They were wrong. I'd like to go now, Nola insisted, turning away from the glass window and heading up the hospital hallway. All right, so that was the end of chapter 103 there. I am going to take another break. So I'll be back in a few minutes, and I'm almost done here. I mean, there's just a few chapters left, I think. So we got a chapter 104. Oops. Let me see how many chapters left. Let's see if I should wait to take my last long break or what here. But I think there's only like 3 or 4 chapters left. So I'm gonna take a little bit of a longer break. Kind of like try to rest my voice a little bit, but I'll be back soon enough. And then we'll finish up. So I'll be back pretty soon. Certainly shouldn't be more than 15 minutes, so. Chapter 104. Elmswood, Pennsylvania. Today. By the time Wags left, a crescent moon was winking from the sky. "Seriously, I owe all of you beers," she called to the 4 cops trailing behind her as she stepped onto the Mint's manicured lawn. 2 of the cops were already on their radios, calling details back to headquarters as they headed to their cars. Nola was gone, her car nowhere in sight. It didn't stop Wags from scanning the cul-de-sac, with its waiting ambulance, 2 police cars, and a chubby neighbor standing there with a baby stroller, pretending to walk his equally chubby English bulldog, but really just gawking. "Give them some privacy," Wags barked at Stroller Man. For half a second, the man reached for his phone. "Take that phone out. Watch what happens," Wags added, making a face. The man picked up his bulldog, put him in the stroller, and disappeared up the block. There was no baby in it. It was just for the dog. Wags glanced down at her phone. Her last text was 15 minutes ago, to Zig. "Where are you?" Still no reply. She tapped her keypad twice, texting him a quick double question mark, as if 2 question marks would up the ante. Still nothing. Heading to her own car, she was staring down at her phone as she slid inside. "Nola, you think I don't see you there?" Wags asked, glancing in the rearview. Behind her in the back seat, Nola's pointy features looked even more pronounced in the dark. "I didn't think you were the dramatic type," Wags added, "but you driving your car around the block so everyone thinks you're gone, then walking back here to surprise me and mine, it's a lot of extra steps. How's Mrs. Mint?" "I'm not your chauffeur. Get in the front." Nola sat there, stubborn as ever. "Front seat," Wags growled in a tone Nola hadn't heard before. Grudgingly, Nola elbowed open the back door, stepped outside, then opened the front door and slid into the passenger seat. The way Wags had parked, Mint's house and the heart of the cul-de-sac were behind them. Smart, Nola thought. If things went south and anyone ran, Wags was ready to give chase. With a tug, Nola pulled the door shut, never taking her eyes off the ambulance in the rear view, or the cops, whose headlights blinked to life. "That's it? They're leaving?" Nola asked. "You sound surprised." Nola's eyes narrowed. Mrs. Mint's head was bleeding when I left. Her son, Huck, he was the one who... She cut herself off. "At the very least, they should be questioning everyone for the next hour." "How'd you do it?" Nola asked. "Charm and stunning looks, by Alpha and Omega." "You told them it was federal." "It is federal," Wags shot back, pointing to the FBI badge on her waist. "This is an ongoing investigation with clear borough jurisdiction. But I also told them the truth. Tessa Mint just went through the very first week of her life. She buried her husband, the father of their children, and she was so distraught, she blacked out, gashing her head on the edge of their workbench. Thankfully, I was there to stop the bleeding," Wags explained as both police cars rolled past them. Nola turned her head just enough so the officers wouldn't get a good look. "Plus," Wags added, "you know how much paperwork you have to fill out to grab a complex case like a federal officer might have knocked out a civilian? In cop terms, this whole thing is a bag of, and they'd much rather it be my bag of than their bag of." As the cops disappeared around the corner, Nola was still glancing at the rear view. On the Mint's front lawn, 2 buff EMTs rolled an empty stretcher. Behind them was Mrs. Mint, following them to the open back doors of the ambulance. Her forehead was bandaged, but she was walking on her own, leaning on her son, who had an arm wrapped tightly around her waist, his head dipped down towards her. Even from here, lit just by the streetlights, Nola could see them clutching each other like they'd never let go. They cleaned her wound and stitched it up, Wags explained. It's probably overkill, but since she blacked out, they want a CT scan just to be safe. Nola nodded, though she still hadn't made eye contact with Wags. I thought you'd taken them out in cuffs, Nola finally offered. It isn't nice when people surprise you. Nola didn't answer. To be honest, I thought about the cuffs, Wags explained. In truth, she was still thinking about it. Yet, the more she played it out, the person who actually shot Lieutenant Colonel Mint and Rashida, a drug dealer named Zion Lopez, was already dead, no longer a threat to anyone. Could she still arrest Huck for hiring him and making sure he, his mom, and his sister were all out of the house on that night when Zion came? Absolutely. Based on what Huck had said inside, he knew Zion was no angel. For years, Zion had been selling K2 and cheap cocaine to the wealthy kids in Huck's high school. Yet, as the students there knew, Zion's real specialty was his ability to move in and out of the school's hallways in the middle of the day with dozens of security cameras without being seen. He'd be sitting at lunch in the cafeteria, right under the teachers' noses. That's what had caught Huck's eye, especially after he heard his mom crying one night about a flirty text that had popped up on Mint's iPad. Forget drugs. Huck wanted stealth, someone who could shadow his dad and Rashida to confirm Huck's suspicions. Still, as every drug dealer knows, the best business is repeat business. So when Zion brought back that photo of Mint and Rashida leaning close and eating dinner together, it didn't take much to convince Huck that maybe there was a way to get his dad to end the affair. You really think you could scare him off? Huck had asked. Wags could bring him in just for that. Part of her was wondering if she'd wake up tomorrow and regret not bringing him in. But at this exact moment, based on everything she'd seen, Huck was a kid who'd made a horrific mistake. An unforgivable mistake. One that would alter and haunt him for the rest of his life. But at the heart of that mistake, at the core of this entire investigation, did this 17-year-old boy ever, even once, want his father dead? Not a chance. Wags would bet her life on that. Indeed, as far as she could tell, all Huck wanted was the same thing every teenager in that same situation would want. For his dad to stop causing his mom and his family so much pain. So that night at the steak restaurant, Rashida was already inside when Mint arrived? Nola asked. Mint had forgotten his jacket in the car. As he went back outside and saw the valet stealing his ride, he and Rashida jumped into a nearby taxi. When Zion pulled the trigger, she was in the back seat, right next to Mint. Why didn't they just leave her body in the car? They were panicking, Wags explained. Huck was actually in the neighborhood, waiting for Zion to call with a thumbs up. So when Zion called in full freakout, they knew they only had a few minutes. And Huck knew if her body was found with his dad's, if his mom found out the two of them were together, he said he was trying to protect Rashida's family too. So he begged Zion and, well, Zion said for $5,000 he'd take care of it. He told Huck to stay away, then called his cousin and they dragged Rashida's body into his cousin's car. Huck had no idea he'd drive it out to the airport and light it on fire later that night. Again, they were panicking. Nola thought about that, telling herself that the actions of a teenager somehow made sense. If it helps, you did the right thing. Wags laughed, a deep laugh that reached her belly. Oh, that's very sweet that you think I feel guilty. You think I'm a better person than I am. The real truth is, my bosses would never let us prosecute a crap show like this. At best, they'd make a deal with Huck, have him pin the killing on Zion, and in exchange, as a minor, thank him with a non-prose. She said, referring to a non-prosecution agreement. All I'm doing is saving myself the months of paperwork that'll leave me in the exact same spot I'm in now. I can live with it, though, as Huck's about to learn. The worst prisons are the ones we create for ourselves. You may be right. I'm definitely right, Wags said, pulling a thumb drive from her pocket. Huck gave me this, a screen recording from his last meeting with Zion on Black House. He was hoping to get Zion to confess on tape. That's why they were meeting. Zion wasn't that dumb, of course, but Huck was trying to get proof, to set things right, even if it meant turning himself in. Nola nodded, still staring at the rear view, back at the manicured lawns that ringed the cul-de-sac. One last question, Nola said. The valet who stole Mint's car and broke into the house. Zion attacked him. Zion mistakenly thought the valet was Mint. That's what you get for stealing cars. So in the end, wrong place, wrong time. For the valet, he just got hit by some bad luck. Like a lightning rod? Nola challenged. Wags turned at the words. Listen, I shouldn't have called you that. I don't need your apology. I didn't say you did, but if it makes you feel better, well, did you know that Ben Franklin originally did his kite experiment because he noticed that terrible fires were being caused when church steeples got hit by lightning? Thanks to him, the very first lightning rods were installed on roofs all around Philadelphia. When you think about it, those metal rods don't cause the problem. They take the beating, protecting everything close to them. Nola sat there a moment, about to say nothing, then deciding against it. Turning back to the rear view, she eyed the EMTs as they helped Miss Mint onto the stretcher for her ride to the hospital. Really staying till the end of the credits, huh? Wags teased. If you want, I can leave. I'm just pointing out, you and Mint, you two must have been pretty close, huh? I mean, the way you threw yourself into this case. The way you're watching now. If I die, I promise you'll avenge me, too. Nola rolled her eyes. Not funny. What's interesting, though, at least to me, is 5 years ago, that time you spent with Mint at Grandma's pantry. Are you paying attention? This had nothing to do with Grandma's pantry. I understand. I clearly need more info from Zig, but I pulled the Grandma's pantry files. Way back when, you were out there just a few days, barely a week, Wags said calmly, eyeing her own rear view. But the way you threw yourself into this case, jumping in like such a madwoman to solve Mint's murder, for you to take this all so personally, that's a pretty deep bond you two developed in such a short time. Behind them, the EMTs pushed Tessa's stretcher into the ambulance, the legs collapsing. Huck was still holding his mother's hand, climbing in behind her. Mint was far from perfect, but it was one of my first cases. He was a good mentor, Nola explained. And that's why you came here? To help an old friend? Nothing more? Nothing more, Nola replied, her tone flat, unwavering. You know, you're a frustrating demon, Nola Brown. But I will say, Mint and his family are so lucky. Mint and his family are lucky to have you. And as far as I'm concerned, so is my friend Zig. There was a loud thunk behind them, the ambulance door slamming shut. I really should go, Miss Wags. Yeah, I gotta run too. They want me at the hospital and... Now that I think of it, if you're headed that way, well, you want to join us? Us? Outside the car, the little girl appeared from nowhere, standing there, framed by the window. Nola was so busy studying the rear view, she didn't see her approach. Her bird's nest of black hair messier than ever. Mint's daughter, Violet. Personally, I hate other people's kids, Wags explained. But the EMTs said only one family member per ambulance, and I couldn't leave her home alone while her mother and brother were at the hospital. Nola sat there, silent, staring dumbfounded at Wags. It's just a 15-minute drive. but I'm not really from this area. So anyway, I was just thinking, if you're free, Wags added, a little. Wags added, a smile lighting her eyes. You were up for a ride to the hospital? Nola cracked her toes, her forehead filling with creases. She looked confused, like a rule had been broken, and if that rule was broken, then what else could give way? Nola, have you heard a word I've said? Nola nodded, slowly, then faster, like a translator was relaying a foreign language, and she was a few seconds behind. It made Wags realize that Nola Brown could deal with murder, with violence, even personal tragedy, but she didn't know how to deal with kindness. Don't look at me like that, Wags added. It's just, when you live in a ditch long enough, you start to decorate it. I thought you needed an upgrade, you know? Nola sat there, turning back to the window. Violet opened the back door and climbed inside. Miss Wags, I'm in, the girl said, her voice sounding wounded as she clicked her seatbelt, holding the strap across her chest like a lifeline. She'd been through hell these past few days. Her father dead, her mother now on her way to the hospital, yet here she was, ready for whatever came next. On their right, the ambulance blew past, Violet watching it race up the block. Nola tried to be subtle, taking a quick peek toward the back seat. Violet's NASA t-shirt was faded and ratty, looking like something she'd slept in. Her jean shorts looked new, same with her sneakers, which surprisingly made Nola feel relieved? Proud? She didn't have the right word, but it felt good. Within seconds, Violet had her phone out, thumbs furiously tapping and scrolling through some social media site that Nola had never been to in her life. The girl had an energy about her, like she was vibrating even when she was sitting still. She wouldn't look up, no eye contact, though Nola couldn't tell if it was from pain, shyness, or just being 12. I'm sorry for yelling at you before, Violet finally offered, still staring at her phone. Miss Wags told me... She paused. I didn't realize you were trying to help my mom. It's fine, Nola said, turning back to the front window and lowering her visor to quickly find Violet in the mini mirror. Nola had seen her before, always from afar. After her time with Mint at Grandma's pantry, Nola would come by at least once a year, usually around Violet's birthday, sitting outside in the car but never going in, hoping to catch a glance, but really just checking to make sure all was okay. Today, to have her this close, Nola had a chance to say something else. She wanted to say something else, but instead she sat there, feeling equal parts alert and undone. A deafening chirp pierced the air. Nola jumped as the ambulance flipped on its siren, flooding the car with swirling red lights. You got one of those in here? Violet asked. That's just in the movies, Wags said. Violet nodded, appreciating being let in on the law enforcement secret. For the next 3 minutes, that was the extent of their conversation. Wags shot a look to Nola, trying to nudge her on. Nola barely noticed. She was still glued to the visor mirror. At one point, the car sped up, matching the speed of the ambulance. Nola shifted her head forward, then back, trying to get a better angle on the back seat. So, Violet, your mom said you like baseball. Yeah? Wags paused, an awkward silence filling the car. You don't really want to talk baseball, do you? Wags asked. Not really. That's fine. What else you into? Movies? Bike riding? Bike riding? I don't know. Don't kids still ride bikes? I like to draw, Violet offered. Nola sat up straight, like a membrane had been pierced. Later tonight, she'd replay this moment, wondering if she embarrassed herself, if she was too enthusiastic, if she should have just stayed quiet. But right now, caught up in the moment, her glance slid sideways toward the car's back seat, toward Violet, the two of them locking eyes as Nola quickly, impulsively, proudly blurted, "I draw, too." "Cool," Violet replied with an indifferent shrug, turning back to her phone. For the rest of the ride, she didn't say another word. But for Nola, it was enough. Chapter 105. Newark, New Jersey, 3 days later. "How's your—" "Better than your colon," Zig teased, limping into the pale beige hospital room. The bullet that tore through Roddy's stomach had also perforated his bowel, forcing the trauma surgeons to sew a colostomy bag to the left of his belly button. Only for a month, they promised. Same amount of time his right arm would be in a cast. "At least I don't smell," Roddy said as the antiseptic and metallic stench of Sylvadine burn cream filled the room. When the freezer exploded, Zig was lucky he was running, though he still took the brunt of it. Full thickness burns, 3rd degree, across his neck and back. Hair burned away, leaving the back of his head a mess of uneven patches, plus bits of metal shrapnel, glass, and razor-sharp slivers of freezer door that lodged into his posterior thighs and rear end. The only unscathed part was the top of his left shoulder, from where he was carrying Reagan, whose body they never found in the rubble. Zig's doctors kept him for days to make sure there was no infection, but from the ginger way he was walking, full recovery would take weeks. "I heard you're leaving," Roddy said, using the elbow of his cast to push the button and raise his hospital bed. "Who told you that?" "Josephine, the nurse. She's chatty. Plus, the clothes are kinda a giveaway," Roddy added, pointing to the khakis and polo shirt that Zig was wearing. Both bulged at the back from the thick gauze underneath. "And, Roddy added, pointing to the half a dozen Mylar balloons Zig was holding, "all the pity presents." "They're not pity, you earned them," Zig said, tying the balloons to the foot of Roddy's bed. Wags had sent them to Zig, but for 3 days now Roddy's room had been empty. No flowers, no cards, nothing. "You're a good person, Mr. Zig. Though I need to know, were you always coming in to say goodbye, or only because you heard the FBI was here?" "Come on. What kind of monster you think I am?" After a pause, he added, "Though how'd you know I knew about the FBI?" "Josephine. She said you gave her $20 for a list of everyone who came to visit me." "She really is chatty, isn't she?" "Her brother and dad are both police. It's in her blood. Also, you're a mortician." "No one likes morticians," Roddy said, glancing up at Jeopardy on the muted TV. "That's a joke, Mr. Zig." "I could tell." Zig said with a laugh, "But if we can get back to your visit with the FBI, they found the money Elijah stole. The $22 million, most of it surprisingly still there, split among bank accounts in the Philippines, Burma, and the usual Caribbean islands. His lawyer's trying to make a deal, but the prosecutors aren't having it," Roddy explained. "What's interesting, though, is they finally got into Mint's Black House account. His bank accounts, too. Elijah didn't make a single payment to Archie Mint or Rashida Robinson. So that money Mint was getting, those $9,500 and $8,500 payments, Mint was paying himself for months now, selling stocks, cashing in bonds, even took an early withdrawal from his 401k. Zig nodded, putting the final pieces together. Mint was getting ready to leave his wife. It happens in marriages every damn day. Raiding the family's accounts so when he started the divorce, he'd have money put away for his new life. Does Tessa know? She does now. Zig nodded. Since the moment they learned about Grandma's pantry, they'd been convinced that the key to the case was figure out who took the $22 million. OJ thought the same, which explained why he and his Dover crew came racing to the crime scene, took over the investigation, and tried to keep things quiet. But as OJ and Zig now understood, Mint's murder had no connection to Grandma's pantry. They were two totally separate incidents, that is, except for the fact that Mint and Rashida were sleeping together then, and clearly sleeping together now. In fact, when it came right down to it, the real reason OJ's forensic reports had made no mention of Rashida being in the car, well, it was no different than what motivated Mint's son in the first place. It wasn't some grand government scheme, but something personal and private, an infidelity that was about to tear the Mint family apart. In the end, OJ was simply trying to be a loyal friend, hiding Mint's second phone and Rashida's location in hopes of sparing his family the embarrassment of finding out that Mint was again cheating on his wife. You can be a great soldier and still be a bad husband, Zig finally said. Mm-hmm, Roddy agreed, glancing over at Zig, then back up to Jeopardy. That's not really news to you, is it? The details about Mint's accounts, his divorce. Let me guess, your friend in the borough, Wags, she already told you what was going on. Roddy, did she tell you about the drug boss Zion worked for? Adrian Vess. Apparently, he's the one who hired the Reds to kill Zion. He didn't care about Mint. He just didn't like Zion freelancing. And even more, was worried about his empire crumbling if Zion ever got nabbed. Interestingly, a few days back, Vess was rushed to the emergency room. Said some berserker woman shot him in the foot and leg. Guy has nerve, though. He spends a decade shoveling drugs to kids, then files a police report. Says that when he got back to his office, one of his paintings was missing. Zig couldn't help but grin. Wags told you that too? Roddy said. She was just... I'd like to know what you're really doing here, Mr. Zig. A daily double came up on screen. I told you I came to say goodbye, Zig said, running his hand along the length of one of the balloon strings. Nola, Roddy said. It always goes back to Nola for you, doesn't it? You think I'm still looking for her? Aren't you? Roddy liked that about Zig, always working the case. Roddy, if the agents told you something, a few days back they found an address. You have to understand, the borough doesn't care about Nola. Once they realized she didn't take the money, she became inconsequential. But not to you. Or to you. What'd you do with her address, Roddy? I called in a favor. One of our dispatcher's stepsisters is a Pennsylvania detective. She and her partner went for a look. Please don't tell me they tried to confront her. Nola was living in an RV, an old Airstream trailer in some kind of botanical garden. By the time they got there, Nola was gone. The place was empty. They think she had a cat, though that was gone too. From what they could tell, she cleared out in a hurry. Zig exhaled loudly. Of course she did. Mr. Zig, I'm the reason she ran. You don't know that. I don't blame her. When we were little, I was to her, and not just to her, to everyone. Roddy, do you think people are capable of change? Let's not get overdramatic. You were there. You saw me these past few days, Roddy said, his voice picking up speed. You saw me lose my temper, the way I unleashed on Seabass. Did you know? I broke my hand, fractured my knuckle from hitting him so much in the face. I even came after you, In Elijah's bar, I wanted to... He stopped. How can I be a good person if I still keep reverting to that old version of myself? It's like mint. You can do all these good things, but no matter how good it looks on the outside, there's still something rotten lurking under the surface. Roddy, you're not like mint. We're all like mint. We're not, Zig insisted. Everyone keeps a side of themselves slightly hidden, tucked away from the world. You don't? My wife didn't talk to me for 3 years. She probably still shouldn't. But for some people, in this case, for Nola, things just move slower than you want. But remember what you asked me when we were headed to Elijah's? Who are you at your core? The answer doesn't come from a single moment, and it certainly doesn't come from a third party. She's my twin sister. I don't care if she's Mother Teresa. The definition of you does not come from someone else, especially her. I mean it. You don't need Nola Brown to figure out who you are. You saved my life twice. Roddy, at risk to your own. You're a good cop, and a good person as well. Roddy cocked his head, looking unconvinced. There's a saying, Roddy, if gold rusts, then what can iron do? I'm not sure what that means. Are you saying I'm iron? We're all iron. And in those rare moments when we're gold, even then, we're not perfect. We're all a mess of failures and good intentions. Cut yourself some slack. When Nola's ready, she'll come around. She's never coming around. You're right. She may never come around, Zig agreed. But trust me on this. When it comes to forgiveness, you can't give it to anyone until you give it to yourself. Roddy said, letting Zig's words roll through his brain, still staring up at Jeopardy. I like that iron and gold part. You get that from Facebook? The Canterbury Tales. It's like the original Facebook, but with paper. And actual wisdom, Zig said, patting Roddy on the shoulder like he was getting ready to leave. You know, Mr. Zig, there's still one last thing I don't understand. About the case? About Nola, Roddy said, glancing over at Zig, watching his reaction, noticing Zig was now the one locked on Jeopardy. Back when Mint first got shot, Nola rushed to the scene instantly, and she stayed committed to the case. That's a really good friend, don't you think? I'm not sure what you're getting at. Just asking an honest question. When this started, I assumed Nola had a personal stake, that she was worried for her own life, or that something bad from her past was about to come out. But in the end, the reason she put herself at risk, it was just her friendship with Mint? That's why she was so concerned with everything? Looks like that to me. And your friend Wags agrees? She didn't tell you something different? Zig stood there, the balloon swaying slightly next to him. It's all I know, Roddy. Though as far as I can tell, no one's really an expert on Nola. For half a second, Roddy sat there, tempted to say something, but instead went with, "You're probably right." Up on the TV, one of the contestants punched the air, celebrating his correct answer for the second daily double. No sponge baths today, no matter how many times you ask, a nurse named Jorika announced, shoving open the door. She was wiry, with wide eyes, a warm smile, and straight gray hairs like veins. Listen, I should get running, Zig said, spotting her rolling cart, which held a pink plastic basin filled with soapy water. Time to change the colostomy bag. I'll speak to you later in the week, Zig added, heading for the door and flashing a thumbs up. Roddy gave his own thumbs up, but he knew the truth. You have a good life, he thought as the door slowly shut and Zig disappeared. "Aw, sweetie, someone sent you balloons," Nurse Sharika said. "Those from your sis?" Roddy sat straight up. "How did you—" "Downstairs, at the check-in desk." They only give info to family, but as I passed, I heard this woman say she was your sis, Sharika explained, circling to the other side of the bed, dragging her cart behind her. Along the wall, she gave a pump to the hand sanitizer, quickly cleaning her hands. I gotta admit, she's like a clone of you, sweetie. Whoa, was she? What else did she say? Typical sibling, wanted to know how you were, when you're getting out. And this was just now? An hour ago, maybe a little less. Called downstairs. Gino spoke to her. But take it from me, I'm fluent in pushy family. She's worried about you, Sharika teased, sliding on latex gloves and letting them snap like she was ready for surgery. Come on, let's get you clean. Lifting the side of his gown, Roddy revealed the beige plastic bag attached to his belly. There was a stab of pain as she pressed the skin around the stoma, the fresh, tender hole, and freed the currant bag, which had a pungent smell. To reassure him, Nurse Sharika gently put her palm on his forearm. But at that exact moment, if she looked up, she wouldn't see pain or even embarrassment on Roddy's face. Instead, she'd see a lopsided but unmistakable wide grin. Nola was here. Only for a few minutes, but she was actually here. She's worried about you. That's something, Roddy thought. Chapter 106. I really have to ride in this? Zig asked. Hector the orderly nodded, pointing Zig to the wheelchair, in no mood for a fight. Hospital policy. What if I promise not to sue? Those are always the people who sue, said Hector, a burly man with a bushy beard and a rainbow-striped button on his lapel that read, Sounds gay, I'm in. Don't worry, your manhood will survive. It's not my manhood I'm worried about. Actually, maybe it is, Zig said, gingerly lowering himself into the wheelchair. Between the burns and the shrapnel, sitting wasn't easy. Just promise me there's no potholes. It's Newark, sir. There's always potholes, the orderly said, pushing him up the hallway to the nearby elevator. A minute later, there was a ping, the doors opening on the ground floor. You got a ride? The orderly asked. Uber, Zig said, pulling out his phone. I got him, a female voice announced. Zig looked up. Halfway down the polished hallway, she stood there alone, near the wall, like the last stubborn bowling pin refusing to fall. In the fluorescent light, she looked washed out and tired, but even from here, her dark eyes were knives. Nola. That your daughter? The orderly asked. Zig shook his head, blinking, like he still wasn't sure she was really there. What are you doing? He asked with a glance. It's a 2-hour ride. Uber's a ripoff, Nola said. Let's go. I'm double parked. Not bad advice, the orderly agreed. Anyway, on behalf of the City of Newark and our General Counsel, you are officially no longer our legal responsibility. Also, don't trip on the speed bumps outside. Standing from the wheelchair, Zig was working hard to hide how much it hurt. Not that Nola was looking. She was already outside, a revolving door spinning as he followed her to her car, a beat-up gray Dodge with a dented roof that looked like it had been repainted by hand. As Zig tugged open the car door, he saw that the floor was littered with fast food wrappers, styrofoam coffee cups, and a swirl of plastic supermarket bags. Cat hair was sprinkled across the passenger seat, along with what looked like the top from a stick of deodorant. Nola wasn't just driving this car, she was living in it. Sliding inside, Zig gripped the doorframe tightly, holding his breath to hide the fact that his legs and back were on fire. You're in pain. I'm sorry about that, Nola said. I'm fine. You smell like Sylvadine. That's burn cream. The back of your hair's burned away. She waited for Zig to say something, but all he did was fidget with the cap from from the deodorant. Shaking her head, Nola hit the gas, pulling out of the hospital roundabout. Stop trying to fix everything. It's why you frustrate people, Mr. Zagorowski. And I guess I'm on brand. Leaving the hospital behind, Nola made a quick left onto Bergen Street, which was buried in a snarl of traffic. Up ahead, past the IHOP and KFC, a city worker in a cherry picker had his crane extended up to a broken traffic light. A motorcycle cop stood at the intersection, doing his best to direct the crush of lunchtime pedestrians and honking cars. Something tells me people in Newark aren't good at taking turns, Zig said. Nola didn't even grin. Her jaw was clenched as she gripped the steering wheel like she was strangling it. Nola, I really do appreciate the ride. But I'm assuming you came here for more than just... I didn't know about Elijah. Zig turned, confused. Elijah? Why would... Last time I saw you, at the funeral home, in the shower, you told me you were headed to see Elijah, to ask him about Grandma's pantry, Nola said, still staring straight ahead. But I'd never... If I knew Elijah was the one who stole the money all those years ago, I would have stopped you. When I heard the Reds were that close, I tried calling you. I wouldn't let you walk into danger like that. In front of them, the traffic had barely moved, extending half the block. Nola was still murdering the steering wheel. And that's what's been weighing on you? Zig asked. That you weren't able to figure out, all by yourself, the case that stumped everyone for over half a decade? You don't understand. I went to see him. When Mint and Rashida were killed, Elijah was one of my first stops. Even back in the day, he was top of the suspect list. Always a self-promoter, but smart. Didn't spend his money for years. Had a good alibi with his brother-in-law for funding his stupid bar. So when you said you were going to see him... Nola stopped, eyes locked on the cherry picker. I'm sorry you got hurt. Miss Wagg showed me the reports. 3rd-degree burns. I shouldn't have let you go there. Zig sat in silence, staring down at the deodorant cap like it was a manuscript of ancient wisdom. You done? I don't want to hear your stupid lectures. It's not a lecture, Nola. I appreciate better than nearly anyone what a powerful narcotic guilt is. And I know it's even more potent when you think I jumped into this case because of you. So let me just say it. I'm a grown man. When it came to Mint's case, I was the mortician of record. The only reason OJ brought you in was to get you, I'm well aware. But that doesn't change one immutable fact. This case smelled from the start. That's why, at the funeral, I followed the family into the gym. Whether you showed up or not, I would have looked into Mint's death. No, you wouldn't. Zig thought about that, the car slowly inching forward. Maybe I wouldn't, but I'm glad I did. Nola turned at the words, annoyed. You're really such a softball. No, Nola, I'm a friend. Nola rolled her eyes as they approached the intersection. Slowly, KFC and IHOP gave way to mom and pops with dilapidated signs and metal bars across the windows. Laisha Africa Foods, Gold Empire check cashing. Most of them were closed or boarded up, this part of the neighborhood clearly struggling. Still, on the corner, Sig spotted 2 Asian men, father and grandfather, each on their own ladder, hand-painting a royal blue awning with bright yellow letters. Sammy and Sons, plus a logo that looked like a wrench. A hardware store, Sig realized. Something new, even here. Nola, as a friend, can I give you a piece of advice? If I say no, will you listen? You don't like my advice, don't take it. But again, as a friend, have you thought about talking to your brother? Stop! Nola, stop! I need you to stop, Mr. Zagorowski. You think you know Roddy? I do. You don't. I can tell the two of you went through the grinder. You watched him get shot, and sure, that makes you feel bad, but that doesn't change who he is. Outside, the traffic cop blew his whistle, waving them forward. With a tug of the wheel, Nola made a sharp right and punched the gas, sending them screeching around the corner, the hardware store fading behind them. Nola, at the risk of sounding prehistoric, have you ever heard of Liberus? Famous piano guy. Matt Damon played him in that movie. Michael Douglas played him, but yes, the flamboyant piano player makes Elton John look like a yawn. Can you just skip to the inevitable moral lesson that you tack on at the end? We've got a 2-hour drive. It's either this, or I can start retelling old Girl Scout stories from when you were little. Nola didn't answer. Sig was still playing with the deodorant cap, sticking his finger inside it, holding it up like a bobblehead. This is back in the 80s, Sig explained. To celebrate 50 years of entertaining. Liberus did 50 shows across the country, culminating with 2 solid weeks at Radio City, which is no small feat. The first night at Radio City, he's sitting at the piano and starts telling the audience about this young couple who, 50 years ago, met at one of his very first shows. And so, ladies and gentlemen, he says as the lights come on, here they are now. Kazam! The spotlight swings, revealing the sweet, elderly couple in the 6th row. Everyone starts clapping. People are crying. It's one of those touching human moments that lets every person in the room experience the power of true love. But here's the thing, Zig quickly added. The next night, he tells a similar story of a couple that met at his show. And here they are, he says, pointing to a different old couple. The next night, there's a third new elderly couple. And the night after that, the couples aren't real. They're plants, Nola said. Correct. This was before social media. No one was the wiser. It's a manipulative lie. No doubt, but every night, the audience ate it up, clapping, sobbing, leaving with tears in their eyes as they laced fingers with their loved ones, committed to being better people for just one night. Nola turned with a look of annoyance. Liberus is a lying manipulator, no different than with my brother. Maybe, when Liberus died, though his finances were such a mess, they didn't even realize he'd spent his life giving over $6 million to fund scholarship for kids in the performing arts. Some of the endowments were permanent, and there were so many, even today, they still don't have an accurate count of how many kids he helped. This doesn't mean my brother's not a liar. I'm not saying it does. But we all have a person we were and a person we are. It's never a straight line between the two, and it's certainly never a predictable one. Just because you read the first few chapters doesn't mean you know everything that's coming. Keep an open mind. If you're lucky, there's a plot twist. With a thump, the car hit a pothole. A blaze of pain shot up Sig's back, but he never took his eyes off Nola. Liberus still sounds like a pain in the rear, Nola said. Thousands of old women in sequined headbands and multiple rings disagree with you. For a half-second, Nola looked like she was about to smile. She didn't, but her hands did slide down the steering wheel to that 5 and 7 o'clock positions. The shift in her posture was enough that Sig spotted, in a door's storage well, a plain manila envelope. Squinting, Sig saw his name handwritten in black pen in the corner. Nola, what's in the envelope? I'll show you after. Show me now. On their right, they blew past a dilapidated red brick building. The roof sheared away, the zigzag of missing bricks resembling a crumbling smile. The place looked like it had been hit by a bomb. It was about Maggie, she said, Sig's daughter. Nola, what'd you do? Miss Wags told me about the video. The one you were looking for. From the modeling agency. If you found something, a boyfriend, Liam Hudson. They called him Huddy, at least back then, Nola explained. Eyes again straight ahead, hands back up to 10 and 2. From what I could find, he was a new kid, moved from Oregon. For some reason, everyone said he could do a lot of chin-ups. Did you know him, or just listen? He got there after I moved away. Apparently, at some point, Huddy asked Maggie out. They dated for a week or two. Then he dumped her for Daniela Moran, a nasty little panty stain who's now a corporate lawyer in Philly. That's why Maggie was crying in the video. Every week, the head of the modeling agency would do open mics, little interviews to give kids experience on camera, but really to get new signups. We'd never let Maggie sign up there. She didn't seem to care. She went with Daniela, Nola explained, handing him the envelope. You'll see in the footage, Daniela goes first and mentions her new boyfriend. By the time Maggie gets on screen, the employee who's filming can tell something's wrong. He asks if she's okay, and the floodgates open about the breakup. Reaching into the envelope, Sig pulled out a DVD and a cracked jewel case. He was calm, which was the giveaway. You already knew, Nola said. Sig nodded, staring down at the DVD, with the handwritten post-it labeled Superstars Modeling. Who told you? Miss Wags? Nola asked. Sig nodded again. Though my ex-wife found it first, 2 days ago. Charmaine was smart. She remembered the old camera store in the same plaza, Camera World, that took her back to the source. The daughter whose parents used to run Superstars and started this whole mess. When Charmaine first spoke to her, the daughter said she'd already looked through all the videotapes. But when Charmaine called back, the answer was a simple question away. Among those old videos, do you happen to have a corresponding DVD? That was it. That's why the owners taped over the old video, Stig explained. Once they had the DVD, the original tapes went back in the camera. So you've already seen it. Stig nodded, eyes still locked on the DVD. Charmaine emailed it last night. It was 2 minutes and 23 seconds long. Maggie sitting on a sofa, wiping tears and snot on her sleeve as she told the story of how Huddy dumped her for Daniela, a detail that seemed to upset Maggie more than the actual breakup. Nola, do I even want to know how you got this? Sig asked, holding up the DVD. You don't. Sig laughed, tapping the jewel case like a drum against his own thigh. For years, just the sight of an old photo of Maggie, much less an actual video, would have ripped Sig apart. And sure enough, when he'd watched the video last night, hearing the story of her breakup with Huddy, Sig's eyes welled with tears. But they weren't tears of pain, or the even more ruthless tears of guilt for missing out on something as vital as his daughter's first boyfriend. To Zig's own surprise, it was actually nice. It was nice having something new, a little piece of his daughter that came back when he least expected it. It was good seeing her again, Zig admitted, though it wasn't until this moment, as he drummed the jewel case, that he realized the full extent of it. This DVD, everything on it, it was a gift from a ghost, a gift from the past. Wonderful for sure, but not nearly as vital as something in the present. It was thoughtful of you to do this, Nola. You didn't have to. You're getting sappy, she warned. Of course he was, though he was done apologizing for it. All this time, Sig wasn't a broken man. He was a frozen man. 2 years ago, he'd taken the job at Calta's funeral home to move on from Dover and dead soldiers, hoping it would help him come back to life. Yet it was time to admit the only way to come back is to actually move forward. Otherwise, you just gather dust. By the way, not sure if you heard, but OJ offered me a job, Sig added. Wants me to leave the funeral home and come back to Dover. He said since we helped find the $22 million, he wants to bring me onto the investigative side. Have me look at bodies out in the field. Nola sat there, silent, unreadable. Know what else I heard? Sig added. That he offered you a job as well. Who told you that? Miss Wags? She said your work on the Mint case was exceptional. OJ's words, not just hers, and that he'd be lucky to have brains like you on his team. I'd rather have ants eat my eyes than work for him. So how do you really feel? Can you not be a sucker for once? OJ is... Let me tee it up differently for you. If I was there and you were there, we could... Don't even think it. I'm not saying I'm taking the job, but if I did, don't think it. Sig tapped the jewel case against his leg, letting the car fill with silence. What else did Miss Waggs tell you? Nola asked. Nothing. That was it. She glanced over at him, the two of them locking eyes. That was it, Sig said, holding up 3 fingers. Mr. Zagorowski, are you giving me the Boy Scout salute? Old habits, Sig said, starting to laugh and waiting for her to join in. She didn't. Heading under an overpass and onto Orton Parkway, they blew past a wide building with the boarded-up windows. Sig thought it was a factory, but it was really a school. Nola, just think about the job, okay? I'm not taking it. Sig started to say something, but stopped himself. In half a mile, the road veered again, through a toll booth that dumped them onto the Garden State Parkway. For the first minute or two, he searched the side of the road for green mile markers to see how far they were from home. What caught his eye, though, was a sign for something called the Midwood Diner, next exit. Since his earliest days as a mortician, Sig knew that there are people you carry with your entire life. They either help you or haunt you. But as the saying goes, you know you're on the right path when you stop looking back. You hungry? Sig asked. Nola thought about it. I can eat. Chapter 107. 2 weeks later. Close your eyes. They're closed, Sig insisted. Really closed. Not that fakery where you peek, Charmaine said, like any ex-wife. She knew his tricks. Char, why would I... Look, closed. You happy? Sig asked, standing in the threshold of his front doorway. Outside, Charmaine was facing him, a big Lululemon bag at her side, resting on the doormat. As she opened it, Sig heard the jingling of the crystal and beaded bracelets on her wrist. Then a clink, something glass. On 3, Charmaine said. 1, 2, voila. From the bag, she pulled out a vintage Waterford crystal decanter, etched glass, sterling silver collar at the top. Sig's eyes went wide. Growing up, he'd spent every Sunday watching his grandfather fill it with cheap scotch, trying to make it look fancy. Whoa, where'd you find it? In my bar. What are you talking about? You stole it? Don't pick a fight, Charmaine teased, her crow's feet deepening as she grinned. She looked stunning as the late summer sun waved goodbye to the sky, bathing her in golden light that made her green eyes glow. I never stole it. You accidentally left it behind. I just decided it liked me better. That sounds like kidnapping. Think of it as me making it a better offer. So like the U.S. government with World War II Nazi scientists. Personally, I tend to dial back Nazi metaphors, but if that's the hammer you need to make your point, so be it. And you're welcome. I refilled it. She held up the crystal bottle. The liquid's pale bronze color gave it away. Balvenie 25-year single barrel, the one his grandfather always talked about, but could never afford. The last time Zig got a bottle was a wild night in Vegas that they'd never talked about since the divorce. To top it off, I pretend buy you those Winston Churchill lowball glasses that we should have bought in that antique shop in London. Right there, Zig knew what to say. He had the perfect comeback on his tongue, loaded like a catapult. The retort that might make her blush, but would most likely make her lower her chin and cock her eyebrow. In that way, Zig could already feel in his pants. Charmaine took a half step closer, handing him the crystal decanter. The thin neck and wide bottom of the bottle had always reminded Zig of I Dream of Jeannie. But right now, as he reached for it, it looked like an oversized pawn. A light breeze blew through the porch, making the bamboo wind chime sway with a soothing timbre. Zig replayed his line again, but instead of cutting the catapult's rope, he holstered the comeback, putting it aside. Instead, he went with, "You're a good person, Charmaine. I pretend buy you something really nice, too." Charmaine stood there a moment, her 11 shifting like she expected something more and was still waiting for it, even as she finally accepted that nothing more was coming. She let go of the bottle as Zig gripped it with both hands. It was heavier than he remembered. "By the way, sorry things have been hard with you and Warren. He's still a good guy. Give him a chance." "We'll work it out, or we won't," she said, truly at peace, still standing there in the fading sun, looking as beautiful as he'd ever seen her, but also in the subtle tilt of her head, looking sad. Years from now, Zig would remember this moment, remember this woman in his doorway, the sunlight on her cheeks, his fingertips anxiously tracing the etched patterns on this antique bottle. Over Charmaine's shoulder was her parked car, an old forest green Subaru covered in yoga and 26.2 marathon bumper stickers. Over Zig's shoulder was a quiet house. Most people think morticians are obsessed with death, or at least fascinated with it. For years, Zig's greatest fear was that death was all he was good at. Over time, especially lately, the universe seemed to be reminding him of that fact. But just being near Charmaine, again, to feel the tug, the undertow of that old connection, just her smell of lavender and worn leather, nothing on this planet so instantly reminded him of one of the greatest, most rewarding things he'd ever accomplished. Like his old life was right there, waiting to be reclaimed. All he had to do was ask. Would it really be so bad to invite her inside? Zig held his breath. Leaning toward her, he gave her a quick hug, adding a pat on the back. "It was really great seeing you again, Char." Lifting the crystal bottle, he added, "Thanks again for returning this to its rightful owner." "Sure, no, of course. It was great seeing you too, Ziggy. Send my best to Warren," he added, rubbing the back of his head to feel the patches of missing hair. Before Charmaine could react, Zig closed the door. He loved her. He'd always love her. Maybe one day they'd give it a shot and try it again. But not today. 5 minutes later, Zig was in his backyard, opening the roof of his hive, adding a fresh round of bee whiskey. I know. Don't even say it," Zig said to his favorite girls. Thousands of bees sang back. "You always liked her better." The bees agreed, sounding stronger than ever. "You gotta admit, she looked gorgeous, right?" Zig asked as he reached into the hive and pulled out a flat wooden frame. At the center of it was a smushed oval pattern, like a deflated basketball, a large cluster of larvae and eggs. Good sign, lots of activity. As he pulled it closer, it wasn't hard to find the queen. He just looked for her attendants, a dozen bees, all of them pointing their heads toward her, grooming her, taking care of her, making sure she was safe. Queens weren't larger than other bees. Their giveaway was their shape: longer abdomen and legs, shorter wings. Plus, her back was bald and shiny. "Looking good, Your Majesty," he said to Diana, 28. Some queens were skittish. Diana, 28, moved slowly, poised and proud. The hive was thriving. Sliding the wood frame back into place, Zig pulled out a different one. Similar oval, similar larvae and eggs, and yes, similar attendants. But at the center of this crowd, Diana, 27, the old queen. Back on the night Zig got out of the hospital, he was ready to squish Diana, 27. According to the experts, when you have two queens, it's the only way for the hive to survive. Kill one to save the other. Otherwise, they'll battle to the death, potentially killing both in the process. Game of Combs. one of the websites warned. Bee-mageddon. Yet on that night, when he opened the hive, to his surprise, the bees were doing well. Every hive had its own personality, and somehow, some way, this one decided to work it out. Diana 28 was on the first frame, Diana 27 on the back one. Not possible, Stig thought at the time. When he posted the details of his two-queen hive on a popular online bee forum, most people told him it wouldn't last, that he should still squish the old queen. But a woman in Massachusetts told him that while it was rare, her two queens had lived together for over a year. Bees don't read the same books we do, she wrote. You don't have to choose. Zig liked that. Okay, see you tomorrow, kiddos, Zig said, sliding the wooden frame back into its slot and putting the cover back in place. The hive sang, already drunk on bee whiskey. When he was alone, Zig sometimes wondered what would have happened if he'd never met his wife. If they had never had a daughter, he'd play through the permutations, thinking how much easier his life would have been. In the end, though, even with the heartache, with the pain, with the loss, with the deafening, piercing regret that consumed his state of innocence and peace, ensuring he could never attain them again, if the only way for Zig to avoid all that was to erase those early years as a family, those moments of pure good, it wasn't a choice at all. He'd forever take the pain. He'd take all of it, easily. Sitting down in his favorite rusty lawn chair, Zig pulled out his phone and hit the button to dial a number. It rang once, twice. Please don't tell me you kissed her, Puerto Rican Andy answered. You really think I'm that predictable? You told me she was coming over. Doesn't take a genius to guess the rest, Andy said. He lowered his voice. Humans do have a knack of choosing precisely those things that are worst for them. That's a Dumbledore quote. All the best quotes are Dumbledore quotes. I'm proud of you, though. I thought for sure you'd screw it up. The beast said. Yeah, Sig said. Anyway, just wanted to see how you're holding up. You call twice a day. I'm doing okay. It was a lie. Andy's voice was hoarse, his throat still healing. You up for a visit? Actually, if it's okay, Ziggy, can I rain check? He'd said the same yesterday and the day before that. I'm just not the best company right now. You know, Andy, Sig said, lowering his own voice, happiness can be found, even in the darkest of times, if one only remembers to turn on the light. Sanuva! Andy let out a loud, rippling burst. You're doing Dumbledore to me. To me! You just Googled that? Memorized it last week. Figured it'd come in handy. Now come on. I caused those stitches in your throat. Let me make up for it. I got a fancy present for you. The phone went silent. How fancy? Balvenie 25 year, Sig said, glancing over at the crystal decanter sitting on a small three-legged plastic table that usually held a six-pack. 10 points to Gryffindor, Puerto Rican Andy yelled, even though it hurt to yell. It'd hurt to drink scotch, too. After a beat, he added, You understand that means... I know what it means, Sig interrupted, hopping from his chair, grabbing the crystal bottle by the neck, and heading for the door. Let us step out into the night and pursue the flighty temptress. Adventure. Guess who said that one? Harry, Ron, or Hermione? Ron? Dumbledore, man, I told you. Dumbledore always gets the best quotes. Zig laughed as the bees buzzed behind him. By the way, Andy, I was thinking about work, he said, stepping out into the night. When you're ready for it, what are your thoughts about Delaware? Epilogue, Dulles, Virginia. It took patience to find him. Actually, that wasn't true. All it took was Nola's license plate, which gave him her 2011 entry-level Dodge, an Avenger. From there, the Mopar system did the rest. Tired of losing sales to Low Jack, both Dodge and Chrysler introduced the Mopar tracking system in 2010, complete with silver and gold plans that gave you unlimited nationwide tracking for both location and speed. What most consumers didn't know, however, was that there was a base plan as well, no monthly fee, though good luck finding a dealer who'd tell you. As a result, to this day, there were tens of thousands of Dodge, Chrysler, and Jeep owners who had no idea their used cars were still sending trackable signals wherever they went. From there, all it took was patience and some friends in law enforcement. Fortunately, Roddy had both. And he's been here how long? Roddy asked. I think at least... Nurse Odessa flipped open the medical chart. She was a young oval-faced Honduran woman with hazel eyes and a trim figure, like a runner. Yep. He got here when my son was born, nearly 2 years ago. Roddy nodded as they turned the corner in the empty, fluorescent-lit hallway. The only decorations were 3 framed portraits of white men in front of American flags. Secretary of Defense, Chief of Staff of the Army, and Sergeant Major of the Army. The photos were the only indication that this was a military facility. You'd never know it if you drove by. From the outside, the Fairfax Manor Rehabilitation Center was like every other forgettable glass and concrete office building this close to Dulles Airport, designed to be overlooked. There wasn't even a sign out front. But again, Roddy knew where he was going. That kind of day, huh? Nurse Odessa asked, eyeing Roddy's police uniform and the federal warrant he was still holding in his hand. Roddy forced a grin that wasn't nearly as warm as he thought it was. As they headed down the hallway, he saw that most of the rooms were filled. On their right was a Saudi Arabian professor getting chemo and state-of-the-art treatment in exchange for information about a former student who now lived in Tehran. In another room was an Asian woman, an Army Ranger out of North Carolina, who'd had 4 of her fingers cut off when the Chinese government accused her, correctly, of being embedded in a robotics plant in Beijing. The U.S. government had facilities like this all over the globe. When undercover soldiers and secret squirrels make the wrong enemies, you can't just send them to emergency rooms or even military bases. Instead, you need a place that specializes in keeping them safe and out of sight. Motley Crue? Roddy asked, hearing the music at the end of the hallway. Def Leppard, the nurse replied as Pour Some Sugar on Me pounded in the distance. According to some doctors, or at least the ones at Fairfax Manor, the best way to help someone with a traumatic brain injury was to play songs that remind them of something they love, a reason to come back. Apparently this was his band, Odessa explained, reaching the end of the hallway, room 113, as Def Leppard insisted they were sticky sweet from their head to their feet. Yeah, Roddy whispered to himself, wittily pulling out his phone. No signal, no surprise. Of course, the military blocked it in here. Still, cell signals were different from GPS, which explained why, when Wags used Nolaphone to track her to various hospitals, it showed visits to 3 different patients in the past few weeks, all 3 with traumatic brain injuries. Otherwise, the patients had nothing in common. For Wags and Zig, it was the one unanswered question. Why was Nola talking to people with brain injuries? Naturally, Wags tried going back further. There were plenty of places Nola drove in the past few months. But when Nola had come here, her cell signal faded a few blocks away, just past a Cracker Barrel off the highway. At the time, Wags made a mental note, thinking Nola didn't seem like a Cracker Barrel type. But that was the end of it. As a result, Wags couldn't possibly know that instead of taking 3 car trips to 3 different patients, Nola had actually visited 4. Roddy, though, thanks to the Mopar system, knew exactly where it was. right here, at Fairfax Manor. Patient 0, the very first person Nola came to see. Up and at 'em, Odessa announced, giving the door a shove. She didn't wait for a reply. Roddy knew there wouldn't be one. The room was dated, painted a tranquil blue-green with laminate wood floors, making it feel more like a 90s Pottery Barn catalog than a hospital suite. On the wall was a framed and faded poster with neon video game lettering that read, "Good health is contagious." Roddy didn't notice any of it. Trailing behind the nurse, he craned his neck at the unconscious man, whose mouth sagged open like an empty Christmas stocking. Propped up in his hospital bed, he had gray hair that needed a buzz, a pitted face, and a faded scar that split his bottom lip in a zigzag from where it had been torn open years ago. "He looks old for liking Def Leppard," Roddy said. "Def Leppard's old," Odessa clarified. The song was still playing on a nearby sound dock, punctuated by a choir of beeps and buzzing from the respiratory monitor and various other machines, including a tracheotomy tube in the man's throat and a PEG feeding tube in his stomach. His legs were wrapped in compression stockings to prevent an embolism. His face was gaunt from losing at least 25 pounds, making him nearly unrecognizable, key word being nearly. The air in the room grew heavy, and Roddy felt a gash, a widening cut, like something was splitting him open. He recognized the man instantly. He remembered him, or at least a younger version of him, from that night all those years ago. Back then, the man's hair was less gray, and he certainly didn't have the zigzag scar. But, for Roddy, there was no forgetting that night, squinting down from the top of the stairs as the doorbell rang, and this stranger stepped into their house to take Nola away. At the foot of the hospital bed, his name was written in faded black marker on a strip of white surgical tape. Royale Barker. "Royale," Roddy whispered, not even realizing he was saying it out loud. The closest thing Nola ever had to a father. He was supposed to be dead. 2 years ago, Nola uncovered him running a corrupt military unit. When he tried to kill her, she shot him in the head. Everyone said he was dead. And yet, here he was, hidden away, mouth agape, feeding tube pumping, as Pour Some Sugar on Me played on eternal repeat. "Nola, that's what you discovered, isn't it?" Roddy realized, snapping the last pieces into place. For a moment, Roddy stood there, rewinding, trying to make sense of why the military would hide the truth about Royale, much less help him. Were they trying to protect him, or simply keep a lid on whatever embarrassing military secrets were still rolling around in his head? As the rewind picked up speed, Roddy replayed the past 2 years, trying to picture Nola's reaction when she realized Royale was alive. Did someone tell her? Or could she feel it? Something that big? You'd feel it, wouldn't you? Even here, even with Nola nowhere in sight, Roddy could sense an echo from her. He could feel his sister's rage, her fury, at knowing that Royale, the ultimate cheater, had even cheated death. Yet none of that compared to what really had been driving Nola these past few months. Those visits Wags had been tracking, Nola's trips to various hospitals and patients. They had nothing to do with Mint or Grandma's pantry. Nothing to do with Nola's anger or fury at the lies about Royale being alive. That's your real secret, isn't it, sis? Those visits Nola took were about something more fundamental in her life. The one thing she'd never admit even to herself. Despite the self-protective walls she'd erected, despite the exquisite rage, worn as armor, to make her believe that she could take on anything, when it was late at night, one of those quiet moments when the world made her feel like she was the only person still awake. There was still a little goblin lurking out there in the darkness that even the mighty Nola Brown was afraid of. The only goblin she'd ever been afraid of. The one she'd never been able to control. Royale himself. That's why you went to see those victims with brain injuries. When it came to Royale, Nola was trying to answer the unanswerable questions. Will he be like this forever? Or is he going to wake up? Which made Roddy wonder, if he does wake up, what is she planning to do? I take it he doesn't get many visitors, Roddy finally asked, studying Royale's open mouth, his cigarette-stained lower teeth, like slanted books on a shelf. We don't do visitors, just the one I told you about. The woman from the army. She came here once. We had to ask her to leave, and no offense, but since your warrant isn't limited to a quick ID, I need to ask the same of you. Yeah, of course. My apologies, Roddy said, still standing there, taking a last good look at Royale. On the nearby sound dock, Def Leppard saying that love was like a bomb and you should come and get it on. Roddy couldn't agree more. For years now, he'd thought about searching for Nola, trying to track her down, to reconnect, to learn a little bit about her, and he hoped, maybe, learn some more about himself. But the truth was, he never went through with it. He was the one white lie he told Zig. All these years, Roddy thought about looking for Nola, but he never did. Not until he had info about her, the most important her in his and Nola's life. Back behind the funeral home, Roddy tried telling Nola, but she wouldn't listen. Replaying their short conversation, Roddy wondered if maybe Nola didn't realize who he meant. But come on, she was the one person both Roddy and Nola cared about. In the end, that's what made him come searching for his sister. After years of digging, he'd finally found new info, an actual lead, about what really happened when his and Nola's mother was murdered. Simply put, Roddy was searching for help. In the process, though, he'd found something far more important. He'd found insight. Now, when it came to Nola, he finally knew what was driving her. The only question was, what would he do with it? By the way, who told you he likes Def Leppard? Roddy asked. Excuse me? The music. Who told you Royale likes this music? He did? Odessa said, pointing toward the bed. Roddy cocked his head, confused. He woke up 2 weeks ago, the nurse added. Roddy turned just in time to see the breathing tube in Royale's neck start to shake, as he blinked himself awake. Who the hell are you? Royale challenged, his voice an angry rasp, as he covered the tracheostomy tube to speak. Me? Roddy asked, standing there, his spidery fingers excitedly touching his own chest. I'm nobody. The end. Man, wow. What an ending, huh? I was really hoping that at least Roddy and Nola would catch up with each other, I gotta say, but wow. And then, yeah. That's it. That's it. I've been live for 6 hours and 10 minutes, exactly, and actively reading for at least 5. Sheesh. Yeah. I gotta say, I enjoyed reading the book aloud. Of course, read a little too fast, made some mistakes, but that's okay. And thank you guys for listening. I don't know if anyone's here right now, but I don't know if I'll read more books in the future. Maybe, but I did enjoy it. It's just my voice is like dead right now. You can probably tell. But this was 419 total pages with 107 chapters plus the prologue and epilogue. All right. Yeah. Yeah, if I read another book, I think this one's definitely shorter. I think it only has 300 pages in it, if that many. So, and I don't think I'll do it in these long 6-hour streams like that. So maybe I'll do like, I don't know. If I decide to do this one, I'll probably, like 300 pages, so I'd probably do like, maybe I'd split it into thirds, like this one, except I wouldn't be live for so long. I'd be live for probably do 100 pages a day, so I don't know, I feel like it'd still take me 4 hours of stream, so I don't know yet. But I probably will read another book on stream, since I actually did enjoy reading this one. And I also feel like reading aloud helps me comprehend it more and understand what's going on and all that. So, well, with that said, I hope everyone has a wonderful rest of their Wednesday. And I don't know when I'll be live again next, whether it's reading something else or playing Fortnite or something else. But yeah. Uh-oh, I think my stream crashed on YouTube. Oh no, it's still going. Huh. But have a wonderful rest of your day. And yeah, hope to see everyone again really soon. So, take care.